Why is the countdown timer still at 10 when I put it at 5? What the helly? What the hell? Hello? Yeah, well, I don't know what the badge is, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, cute. It was adorbs. So I was like, okay, let me just yoink that. Should I make this smaller? I'll make this smaller. Yoink it over here. Okay, you know why I want to talk about conspiracy theories? Because this morning I woke up like super early, like at, I don't know, 4 or 5, and I caught Palm's stream. And she was like doing art, but then getting sidetracked playing Marvel Rivals, and then we went on a tangent to like conspiracy theories, and I was like, I fucking love conspiracy theories. I was like, tell me all about the conspiracies. And I was telling her about the Rothschild conspiracy, which was like one of my favorite conspiracies, because you know, I think it'd be awesome. Maybe not awesome if one family, one empire decided to own the whole financial life of all of us. But I guess it was a anti-Semitic. It was disproved, but not disproved. The other favorite conspiracy theory is lizards. Lizard people. They're all real, man. They're all real. But let's go find new conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory iceberg. Let's go. Actually, let's watch Windy Goons. Jesty! Hello!
Hello everybody, and welcome to the...
Oh my god, Jesty, it's been so long. How have you been? It's been so long. Thank you so much for the biddies.
Conspiracy theory iceberg. In this series, we will look at everything from ancient
tinfoil
cults
hat
and concepts of old world gods,
and
to
drink my
theories of
Monster.
intelligent life among the stars and beneath our feet, to government conspiracies and secret missions to hide the world from forbidden knowledge, and of
Yes, the
course,
forbidden knowledge.
giant humanoids existing in the caverns within the hollow
We
earth.
love forbidden
If
knowledge.
you can imagine anything from unfathomable to weird, the conspiracy theory iceberg has you covered. Now, as many of you probably know, this is a series that I finished a few months ago. However, in the beginning, this was the series that jump-started my channel. And I understand that it can be a lot to go back to the beginning now and then watch the whole thing from square one. So to make it a bit easier for you, I made this video where I took out all of the intros and outros to give you one straight run-through of the entire series. Now, like I said, I began this series right whenever I was starting out on YouTube. Because of that, I really didn't know what I was doing from a presentation or technical angle. So because of that, the first couple videos in the series are just me talking into an iPhone camera with no microphone. And I totally understand if that's too amateur or grating for you. So to make it a bit easier in the...
I'm low-key in pain, which is why I was like, let us all watch a video today. Let us all just chill and watch videos together and chit-chat about conspiracy theories.
Description, I have put timestamps for where each original video began and left off at. So if you don't feel like you want to sit through one of the videos, you can go to the timestamp and skip forward to the next one and see if it's any better. But I can confidently say, given the vast amount of topics and insanity that this iceberg covers, I know there's something in there for you.
9 hours,
so without
y'all.
further ado,
I'm not gonna
hope you
sleep.
enjoy the series. But first of all,
I'm not sleeping
as
tonight.
always, thank you for watching.
Boy, am I excited. So there's been this image floating around for a while called the iceberg conspiracy
Does
list.
Windy Goon have
And for those of you who
subtitles?
don't know,
No,
it's
it's
a picture of an iceberg,
generated.
and on it there are several separated tiers that gauge conspiracy theories from how known they are to how unknown they are. I'll actually throw it up now so you can look at it. As you can see, it is huge.
Oh,
There are
holy
several
shit, that's
variations,
huge.
But I think this one is the best, not only because it is the most well structured, with different tiers and specifics for what each tier means, but it also is the most comprehensive. As I tried to find research for this, I'm telling you, there was none. Like, no one had done a full breakdown of it. There's a couple people who did one or two, and then after researching it, people were saying that everyone who did full reviews of it was having their videos taken down. So we'll see what happens. So I decided
YouTube said no conspiracy
technically
theories.
a lot of people. That doesn't matter. What I'm going to do is, because this thing is huge, every one of these phrases can lead you down an entire rabbit hole of research and investigation. Some of them are well-known stuff like UFOs or Bigfoot, but as you get into some of these later ones, it gets creepy. Like, you drag over some pretty scary ones like human flesh markets or
What?
children trapped in floors and things such as, but once you get really far into
Human flesh markets? That's crazy. What the fuck are people doing? But you know what? The black market sells organs, so human flesh markets won't be too far off.
it, like tier 9, tier 10 stuff,
Don't ask me how I
it's
know.
like God's ego death, or the universe was created as a test, and things like that have like these whole networks and stories behind them, but just aren't commonly known. And I'll go ahead and say right now, none of what I'm talking about means I believe it per se. I'm simply conveying what the conspiracy is because I think it's cool. And some of these are awesome. So what I'm going to do here
What do
is
you
I am
mean
going
would,
to
you
do
show?
a quick run through of the tier 1, and then the next video will be tier 2, and etc.
What
Like
was
I
the
said,
question
the further
again?
you go down, the more crazy they get. So this
Stop.
one's pretty much to whet your appetite. Although there is a lot of cool stuff at this tier that I learned in research for this video. Some of the ones we'll get into in later videos are absolutely crazy, like the City of Broken Candles or the Valley of Headless Men and things such as. But like I said, I'm going to go through the entire chart, so we're starting with tier 1. The title and description for tier 1 is Crazy Head, and the description reads, mainstream conspiracies and unsolved mysteries. Most of this stuff is well documented and known to a good portion of the Western citizens. A lot of common theories may be grouped in broader terms, or may not even appear on the chart at all considering their meaning and popularity. Also, quick disclaimer on this first tier, this doesn't really apply to the others, but some of these are so
Have you ever heard the theory of up dog? What is the theory of... What is... It better not be a what's up dog. I fucking hate y'all. I knew it was coming, but I still fucking fell for it. I still fell for what's up dog. Fuck.
Like fake news or Bigfoot or UFOs, like, we all get it. I don't need to go into detail about them. But without further ado, let's get into this, and thank you for watching. First up, we have Big Pharma. Most of you know about this. It's pretty much just a huge encompassing theory that pharmaceutical companies suppress vaccines and cures that are made in order to...
Okay, I somehow...
Next, we have Atlantis.
You know what, Big Pharma, I kind of somehow believe it. I don't know why, but I feel like they're suppressing a lot of things.
Original records of Atlantis date back to Greek times, I believe, between Sparta and Athens, of a continent located somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. And since they couldn't have got to North America, that would require there to be something in between that has since disappeared or sank. Next up, we have one of the first ones that I didn't know about until getting into this, and that is Nostradamus. Nostradamus was an old philosopher who came up with several of the constellations and discovering the night sky, and it is believed that several of his predictions came true later, such as World War II and the Great London Fire. However, from doing my own research, this is kind of BS because, like, for example, the London Fire, he said that there would be bad things happening in London, and then a bad thing happened in London, so yeah. The Mandela Effect. Most of you are probably familiar with this, but it essentially says that there are parallel universes that cross over with each other in minor ways that we're not aware of. For example, those who remember the Bernstein Bears from their childhood may be surprised to know that it's actually the Bernstein Bears.
Monopoly Man? Monopoly Man with the fucking monocle, guys. I swear to fucking God.
and that several discrepancies like that exist. Like the Monopoly Man has no monocle.
Ah,
and
fucking
yada, yada, yada. This is a cool one. It's very deep. It goes on for itself. So if you're
I
interested,
fucking knew that was coming
next
up.
is Malaysian Flight 370, which disappeared
Oh, yes.
somewhere over the Indian Ocean. The conspiracy
Malaysia
states that there
mentioned.
is a U.S.
Take a
military
shot, take a
base
shot.
there, and more than likely the plane was either hijacked and flying towards it or flew too close to it, to which the U.S. military shot it down and covered up all evidence of it. Although, practically, I feel that there's a lot of moving parts in that couldn't be kept secret for so long. The GMO conspiracy regards GMOs that are in several foods, from fast food and markets and things such as, which are used in this conspiracy to cause food shortages and hunger in people, so essentially the whole get the customer addicted idea. Orbs is rather vague. From what I figured out, it's referring to the orbs that are seen in photographs when taken in the sunlight. So, dust, particles, things such as, but the conspiracy says that it is a paranormal or supernatural occurrence. So yeah. The New World Order, for those...
I swear to God. Not people seeing orbs and be like, that's aliens. When it's just your fucking camera taking pictures of dust.
Those that aren't familiar, in the book of Revelations in the Bible, it details that there will be a one world government or one world order in the end times. And this will be in much more specific detail as we get later on into the iceberg.
It's the Illuminati.
At this tier, it's basically just referring to the idea that all governments want to come together to make one government. I know I keep advertising later into the iceberg, but there's good reason for it. Some of the ones down there are insane and get into specifics of how one world government can be achieved and things such as. So stay tuned. Next is the Nibiru Cataclysm. Nibiru is a planet, or also known as Planet X, that was predicted by a scientist in 2003 to collide with the Earth in 2003. So pretty well debunked. But the term is still used to apply to an idea that a meteor or any other body could hit the planet one day and kill us all. Now we get into the fun stuff.
I was waiting for the Mayan calendar to be right, you guys. When they said the world was gonna end, I was fucking cheering as a teenager because I was sick of life. And the world did end. Like, what the fuck? That is so rude of them to fucking tell me the world was gonna end and giving me hope.
Every year in which Western economists meet with European governments to discuss capitalism in the West from all the evidence I could find. Obviously, there are several theories that come from this, especially since the fact the press isn't allowed and there are no notes to be taken. So a group of world elites talking behind closed doors in high places. Nice. Transhumanism is more of a philosophy than a theory, really. It applies a lot to anarchist rings, oddly enough, and it's essentially the idea that humans can be further expounded on or bettered through augmentation of computer parts and cybernetics and things such as. BEK, or black-eyed kids, is a recurring phenomenon.
Oh, not the black-eyed kids. That's fucking creepy.
With blacked-out eyes. You can follow this rabbit trail pretty far, but pretty much surface level, it's just creepy kids who appear whenever tragedy happens. So people chalk it up to ghosts or extraterrestrials or what have you. Next is Antarctica, which there is a slew of Antarctic conspiracy theories. Everything ranging from giant holes appearing in the middle of Antarctica, to government bases being down there, to that's where the world elites hide. I mean, you could spin forever on this, so moving on. Next is the basement tapes. For those of you that don't know, before the Columbine shooting, the two shooters made a series of videos detailing what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, and generally talking about how they hate people in their school and there needs to be a cleansing and things such as. These tapes still exist, although the conspiracy resides in no one knows who has them. However, randomly portions of them will appear online, leaving people to believe that they're out there maybe exchanging hands, but no one knows where they're at. Next up, we've got Operation Northwoods. This is a rather well-documented case, but essentially during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was reports put out by the CIA that said to warrant a war with Cuba, they should commit acts of terrorism against U.S. citizens and then blame them on Cuba to justify a war. Which, yep. Next up is PSYOPs. This is also well documented. Just the fact that specifically the U.S. government, as well as other governments, is
MK
known for
Ultra?
psychological warfare, from noises to conditions and supply rations and things like that. The Vela incident is an event occurred off the coast of South Africa in 1979. What happened is a system of satellites known as the Vela satellites captured 2 back-to-back giant flashes for seemingly no reason. However, after reading into it, it was probably just an unsanctioned nuclear test because this satellite system had
An
caught before and
unsanctioned
similar,
nuclear
and
test
the
is
whole conspiracy
insane.
is just because there was no scripted test that day. So yeah, probably just nuke testing. Next we have giants. While this one seems vague,
Yes,
later
giants.
tiers get into it more specifically. But essentially, in the Old Testament of the Bible, there are several references to giants happening, and obviously today there doesn't seem to be any. However, this conspiracy, as we get into it later, applied.
What if they were just extinct like the dinosaurs? You know, when the meteor hit, bam, all the giants are dead. You can't expect it to live that long.
To the deep state.
What if they were on like some unknown island, like the giants in One Piece, like Brogy and stuff?
Cover-ups and things such as, so I don't want to spoil any of it yet, but this is a good mention that asterisk mark, so to speak. We'll get to it later. Padma McCord is an interesting one. There's a lady online by the name of Padma McCord who owns, for some reason, thousands, if not millions of URLs, which, looking at this
The
on the
hell is
website, you
Padma
say,
McCord?
it's some company using a name or whatever, until you go to the URLs and it's just pictures
have to
of
Google
her
it.
face photoshopped onto other women for some reason. And every one of these websites has millions of backlinks to other websites, which someone who knows tech may know more about it than I do. I have no clue why. It's just creepy. The Elisa Lam incident. For those who haven't trolled around on creepy internet videos like I have,
This is like my favorite fucking unsolved thing with the Elisa Lam, even though it's technically solved in a way, but it's still so fucking creepy.
you may not know who Elisa Lam is, but it is a story that is worth your time. She was a college student, I believe, at the Hotel Cecile in California, who for some reason, it's seen in security camera videos, runs onto an elevator, freaking out, keeps jerking around thinking something's following her, runs to a room, and is never seen alive again until she's found 3 days later.
South
in
Africa
the water
and
tank
Israel did
of
the
hotel.
test together?
There was never
You mean
any
like the
evidence
nuclear
of
test?
killing. No one was ever found
That's
in connection to
unsanctioned?
it. And it is one of the wildest videos ever
That's
to watch,
insane.
knowing that she was never followed and there was never evidence of anyone following her. It's really strange. I'll leave you to look into this one yourself. But it was one of the first videos I remember that kind of got me into this whole, I don't know, like creepy dark web, whatever. The terror.
I wouldn't say Elisa Lam was a creepy dark web thing. I honestly think she was hallucinating, cause it said that she had bipolar, but she wasn't taking her medications, so she might have been on a manic high and just gone off the rails. Because certain bipolars, like if you're bipolar 1, I'm bipolar 2, so my manic period is not insane. But if you're bipolar 1, you can go pretty insane. Like you see people throwing tables and chairs and shit and like taking knives and stuff like that. That's bipolar 1 when they're off their pills.
Calico picture. This one's just sad. There was a woman named Terry Calico who's suspected to be abducted in the early 90s, and then a few months later, a picture of her bound and gagged turned up in a parking lot around the area she was kidnapped. It leaves a lot of questions of why the picture was left there and what any of it means, especially since it was just in some random convenience store parking lot. But like I said, this is just sad. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon. I have never heard of this one before until researching
What is that?
But apparently in the 40s, there was a series of gas attacks that occurred in Mattoon, Illinois.
Wow.
Which investigators mostly chalked up to mass hysteria and people who left their fuel lines running. But everyone who it happened to, which was dozens of cases, claimed that it was an individual that ran up to them and attacked them with invisible gas. So, yeah, have fun with that one. COINTELPRO. Like Operation Northwoods, this one's pretty well documented.
attack them with invisible gas. But like, how? Like, did he like throw a mask over them from like behind or something? Did he like trap them in a room?
and
I
know
didn't
at
even
this
fucking
point,
know.
but essentially, before the Patriot Act became a thing, it's evidence of the FBI illegally spying on U.S. citizens to gain information, and blah blah blah. Yeah, government bad. The Mao Yale connection. This one pretty much
Mao?
just says that the old communist emperor of China, Mao Zedong, was in secret
Chairman
connections
Mao.
with Yale University in ways to indoctrinate students and receive funding from them, and vice versa. From what I've seen, it's mostly just conspiracy jargon, but you can check it out for yourself. The I-70 killer. This is referring in the spring of 1992, there was a series of 6 murders of gas station clerks on the I-70 interstate, and no one was ever caught, but some sketches were given. From everything I've found, this is simply just a serial killer string that went unsolved. The Majestic 12 is a reference to a board member of 12 people put together by Harry Truman in 1947 to recover all alien spacecraft information and things such as. This relates back to Area 51, although it's a bit more specific in saying that
And we're gonna raid Area
there's
51
a
again.
committee, so to speak, that looks over anything that happens with extraterrestrials. Also, Area 51 was also in this first tier
Speaking
list,
of
but like I
Area
said, it's one of those
51,
that's so obvious.
Speaking of Area 51, people have been doing this new thing where they try to get into what's that cult that Tom Cruise is in? What is that cult? What is that cult? People have been trying to get into Scientology's inside the Scientology Center, and it's become a challenge to see how deep you can get and then post it on TikTok, which I thought was insane because people are running into the Scientology Center, filming it, and there has been a case where they closed the door behind the guy and they haven't seen that guy since. So I need to know. I need to know what happened. Was he kidnapped? Did they silence him?
There's no reason for me to talk about it. Red Squads are, again, a pretty well documented government thing that during the whole Red Scare of the 50s and 60s, there were groups of US police officers whose sole purpose was to hunt down communist sympathizers and arrest them for whatever. The Secret was really hard to find information on because it's such a vague title, but given its italics, I think it's referring to a book that essentially is a self-help book that says, thinking certain thoughts deliberately will change the course of your life. So, not sure why it's on there, but we're still in tier 1, so whatever. Acupuncture is an interesting one. This relates back to the big pharma I mentioned
Why
at the
is
beginning,
why is
and essentially says that
acupuncture a
acupuncture
conspiracy
heals
theory?
several diseases, but it is purposely put down and not given attention by mainstream media and doctors because it would put them out of business. So it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down.
That's like saying traditional Chinese medicine is gonna make Western medicine and drugs like moot. It's not gonna happen. They both treat things very differently.
The Max Headroom incident is something that happened in 1987 in Chicago when 2 broadcast stations suddenly cut out and cut to a video of a man wearing a Max Headroom costume, which is a character from British television, who began talking random jargon and swearing and then had someone spank him on camera, and then the broadcast cut out. What's interesting is that there's never been anyone named a suspect, there was never any evidence found, and it's pretty much become a whole Reddit thread trying to figure out who this person was, what happened, and name them. So it's an interesting mystery to go on, but from everything I could find, it was just 2 guys messing with the media. And then for the last one I'm going to cover in tier 1, we have the UN agenda. This is pretty much just relates to Agenda 21 and other conspiracies, which I'll talk about more in later tiers, but the idea that the UN is trying to build itself towards a new world order. Tier 2's title is Deep Researcher, and it's described as theories and Twilight Zone level stuff. Most of these entries can easily be studied through the use of mainstream medias, but they require a good grasp of how the world works to be fully understood.
Wait, space is fake? What the fuck? What are people believing? Space is like the fucking flat earthers all over again. The fucking earth is flat. Oh my god, what? Sir, there are pictures showing you the earth is round, and then they'll tell you NASA edited those pictures and made them round. What the
Common people
fuck?
rarely go this deep. First up, we have lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is a well-known concept that during sleep, some people can control their dreams and what happens in them. I, for one, am one of these people. However, the theory comes in where people who can lucid dream can either affect things that happen in the real world or affect their thought process by manipulating things in the dreamscape. Next up is MK Ultra. MK Ultra is a rather well-known experiment that happened with the CIA in the 1970s, late 60s, in which people were brought in and influenced with psychotropics and other mind-altering drugs for the CIA to view the effects of and potentially use in PSYOPs, which again was something mentioned in Tier 1. This is a rather well-known event. Most of the theories stem from the idea that either it's still going on or it was done at a great larger scale than the populace is aware of. Next up we have hypnosis. Again, this is one of those establishing theories, but as we all know, hypnosis is influencing the watcher to either recall things from the past or implant memories and yada yada things such as. Next up we have fluoride. Fluoride has to do with the fact that in the US, fluoride is inserted into the tap water in order to help with tooth enamel and digestion and yada yada things such as. The conspiracy comes from the fact that fluoride is a chemical and can therefore chemically castrate or influence other biomechanical things in the body. So this will be more tied in later, but such as pineal gland calcification is believed to be a side effect of fluoride poisoning or fluoride control, as people believe. Speaking of, pineal gland calcification is the idea that the pineal gland in the body calcifies after a certain point. This is actually true, however, the side effects of the theory are not. The way the pineal gland works is it has to do with growth and hormone supplements in the body, but after someone passes puberty, it's not really needed anymore and the gland simply calcifies and dies out. The theory comes from the idea that things such as fluoride and other things taken in the body causes the gland to calcify and keeps us from reaching either our full brain or physical potential. This goes into weird theories about how to uncalcify and things such as, but it is true that as you get older, you don't need the pineal gland anymore, so it kind of just withers away. Next up, we have cicada. This is in reference to cicada 3301, which was a large-scale codebreaker event that happened in 2012. A random account appeared with the name Cicada 3301 and had these large puzzles for people to solve. There have been a total of 3, with a new one being added every time the last one gets figured out. However, the third one, to this day, despite being posted in 2016, has still not been found out. The site says the reason for this is that they are recruiting code breakers from some kind of secret project that no one's aware of. It's a very interesting rabbit hole to go down. I may make a video on it someday. There's several videos out there, and give the third puzzle a look. You may be the code breaker that's wanted for whatever super sleuth activity they got planned. The McFly code is our first look at one of the more kooky ones. It is a belief that the Back to the Future movie predicted 9/11. The evidence of this is saying such as the shopping mall.
Is this how they're like the Simpsons predict stuff?
Is Twin Pines shopping mall, or the fact that the first clock of the movie shows 9:55, which on a hand dial would be 9/11, and things such as, and this all connects to the idea that the people who did 9/11 make movies and blah blah blah. You get it. Dowsing or is an idea that using a fork of metal, people can pick up on sonic vibrations from the earth in order to find underground supplies of water, oil, etc. It's more of a wives' tale than anything now, but there is some truth to it when it comes to how people used to found oil refineries. However, the way this loops back into a theory is it's one of those establishing ones again, that there are sonic vibrations within the earth. Next up we have Admiral Byrd, and this is one of the first really interesting ones in my opinion.
How long is this list?
Was Antarctica shortly after World War II in
it's
something called Operation High Jump.
It's
which
a
was
9-hour
essentially
video.
an idea to figure out whatever the Nazis were looking for in Antarctica during World War II, which relates to this place called Base 221, which was supposedly a Nazi outpost in Antarctica. When he returned back, he was put into isolation for 36 hours and was told not to speak of what he found to anyone under any circumstances, to which he was then given the Medal of Honor and told to leave. While this is odd, many connect it to the idea of what the Nazis were looking for in the first place, which is something known as Agartha. Which brings us into our next topic, Agartha. In theory, Agartha is a civilization located beneath the Earth. This gets into a larger idea called Hollow Earth theory, that inside of the Earth, it is essentially a flipped gravitational pull, and there's an entire world operating beneath us. What's interesting throughout history is how different civilizations and leaders have been dedicated to finding this quote-unquote Agartha, such as Hitler during World War II, and other ancient tribes have tales of people that live beneath. How that's connected is since Agartha is what Germany was looking for in World War II, and since that's where Admiral Byrd went to go look and then was told to shut up and never talk about it, many believe Admiral Byrd found Agartha and then was told to simply never talk about it. Next up, we have weather control or...
He found like a most beautiful like paradise and never talked about it is such a lie. Not him fucking gatekeeping.
Or HARP. HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral
Ain't
Research
no way
Program,
a government will let that go.
It's an military base located in Alaska. The purpose of this base is to monitor weather activity, although many have accused it as being a weather control base, such as Hugo Chavez saying that the earthquakes that occurred in South America were due to meddling at the HARP location in Alaska. This goes deeper. There's a lot of people who trace the weather around the area to look for signs on it, so you can check it out yourself. But basically the idea in Alaska that the government has a weather control base. Freemasons is another one of those establishing ideas. It essentially goes off of the well-known idea that the Masons are shady and they influence several politics and events that happen around the world. So this is another one of those asterisk ones. Keep the Masons in mind for things that come later.
I love this. I've fallen asleep to this so many times that I've likely brainwashed myself into believing all of this is so fucking real because I fall asleep listening to all these like ghost stories and stuff. And one time I dreamt it and I woke up and I was like, I'm pretty sure I experienced that. But no, let's look at the Elisa Lam one. Someone said they solved it, but I still feel like you can't really solve something like that. 2 years ago, yeah, BuzzFeed Unsolved was the first time I ever saw it. See, now it's solved.
Starting with the bizarre case of Eliza Lam, who was found dead in the water tank.
It's Alyssa. Where does it spell Eliza?
On the roof of the Cecil Hotel in 2013. Eliza left her home in British Columbia and took a trip to California in January 2013. She posted photos to social media and was seemingly in good spirits. She then checked into the Cecil Hotel near downtown Skid Row. She was initially given a shared room on the hotel's 5th floor. However, her roommates complained about certain odd behavior, so Eliza was moved to a room of her own after 2 days. Apparently, Eliza was leaving notes for her roommates that said go home and go away. She would also lock the door to the room and require a password for entry. During her stay at the Cecil Hotel, she would also make her way to a live taping of Conan in Burbank, but she was escorted out for disruptive behavior. Eliza contacted her parents daily while traveling up until about January 31st, 2013, the day she was scheduled to check out of the Cecil Hotel and leave for Santa Cruz. But when her parents didn't hear from her that day, they called the LAPD. Police searched the hotel to the extent that they legally could. They searched Eliza's room and had dogs go through the building, including the rooftop. The dogs were detecting scents, but they just couldn't find Eliza. Then about 2 weeks later, on February 13th, the LAPD released a video of the last known sighting of Eliza, taken in one of the Cecil's elevators. You've probably seen this video before, but in the 2.5 minutes that Eliza is seen in the elevator, she makes several weird gestures and movements. She appears to press every button on the elevator panel. She looks down the hallway, then leaves the elevator at one point while its doors remain open. When the doors fail to close after she returns, she leaves the elevator again. Now, this caused the internet to come up with theories that collectively lowered the average IQ of the human race, like demons were chasing her or fucking ghosts or she was playing the elevator game, which is some bullshit about an elevator taking you to a different dimension or something. But let's just come back to reality for a second. During the search for Lam, guests at the hotel began complaining about low water pressure. Some said their water was colored black and had an unusual taste. So on the morning of February 19th, a hotel maintenance worker went up to the roof, and that's when he found Eliza's body, floating face up in the water.
Can you imagine, like, drinking the the hotel water, thinking it's like, oh, this tastes kind of funky, and then you find out this happened? I'd be so fucking traumatized. I would fucking never stay in hotels ever again.
Of one of the 4 1,000-gallon water tanks on the roof that provided water to the guest rooms, a kitchen, and a coffee shop. It has since been determined that Eliza was struggling with her mental health at the time. She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and she was under-medicating at the time of her death. She had similar episodes before, where she went missing and even got hospitalized. As for how she got onto the locked roof, it has been
Her
proven
bipolar
that she
sounds
could have
really
used the fire
bad.
escape, the tracking dogs,
I feel like people with such heavy, like, bipolar should just be kind of I mean, like, they should just have their guardian with them. I mean, like, not forever, but like, because bipolar actually can stabilize as you get older, but when you're younger it's kind of insane. Like, I wasn't properly diagnosed when I was young, but I'm bipolar too, so it's not as insane as her. But the manic episodes can get really, really heavy, and you can do all sorts of things that people wouldn't ever think you'd do. You don't even know yourself. You don't feel like yourself. You feel like a different person when you're on your manic, going through your manic phase. So I think at the time, like, her parents really should have just kept her close, you know? Because, like, you have, especially for bipolar 1, you have to be medicated. It's a really, really, really important thing, because once you're off your medication, everything goes haywire. Like, it's, for me, like, once I'm off my medication, I know depression is gonna hit, and I'm gonna go on a manic high and be extremely productive. I'll be like the most creative person during my high, but once those 2 weeks are done, bam, it's like one whole week plus of depression.
even tracked her scent to a window connecting to it. And as for how she got into the tank, when the hotel worker found her, he said that the tank lid was open and not closed with the heavy lid like many people claim. It's a really sad case, but it's solved, and the conclusion is she went in herself during an episode, and unfortunately, no one was around to help her. Next up is the Lady of the Dunes. On July 26, 1974, a 12-year-old girl followed a barking dog to the decomposing body of an unidentified woman that was on a beach at the Race Point Dunes of Provincetown, Massachusetts. The crime scene was pretty graphic. Both of her hands had been severed, her teeth had been pulled out, and there was also a massive injury to her head, which crushed half of it. A blue bandana and a pair of Wrangler jeans were tucked underneath her head as she was laying on her back on a beach blanket. During the course of this mystery, her body was exhumed 4 different times in hopes to solve the case. And finally, on October 31st, 2022, the FBI announced that the victim had been identified as Ruth Marie Terry. There were quite a few suspects over the years, including a mobster named Whitey Bulger, who was known for removing his victims'
What a
teeth.
name!
There was also a serial killer operating in Massachusetts named Tony Costa, as well as a convicted murderer named Haddon Clark, who actually confessed to the murder, saying, quote, "I could have told..."
He's got those crazy eyes, guys. He's definitely
named Haddon Clark,
a murderer. Look at that. Look at the way he's staring at the camera. That's fucking terrifying.
who actually confessed to the murder, saying, quote, "I could have told the police what her name was, but after they beat the shit out of me, I wasn't gonna tell them shit." However, it was none of these losers. In fact, it was actually an even bigger one by the name of Guy Rockwell Muldavan. Now, I'm confident in saying that if Ruth's hands and teeth weren't removed, police would have solved this straight away. This guy was a person of interest to the police as early as 1950 already. and was suspected of killing a 28-year-old truck driver named Henry Lawrence Red Baird, as well as kidnapping his 17-year-old girlfriend, Barbara Jo Kelly. Baird's body was discovered face down on the beach near Table Bluff the morning following his disappearance. He was shot in the back of the head. He only had socks and shoes on, and nearby, Barbara's clothes were found carefully folded and tucked underneath Baird's. No trace of Barbara herself could be found, and she has never been seen or heard from since. It is thought that whoever shot Baird had kidnapped her. Then on April 1st, 1960, Maldavin's second wife, Manzanita Ryan, as well as her daughter from a previous marriage named Dolores, both mysteriously disappeared while they were living in Seattle. Investigators found dismembered human body parts in Maldavin's septic tank, but were unable to prove that they were from either of the missing women. Maldavin then fled Seattle, but was arrested by the FBI and charged with unlawful flight to avoid giving testimony into their deaths. Interestingly, he was never charged for anything, since the King County prosecutor was reluctant to do so without a body. Now, after the Lady of the Dunes was identified,
Without the
police
body's
discovered
there!
that Ruth Marie Terry had actually been married to,
I'm losing my
you
shit
guessed
at these
it,
people.
Guy Rockwell Maldavin. The couple got
They
married
were like,
sometime
just
in
let the guy,
1973 or
let the guy live his
1974,
life
and were
after
busy
he murdered
traveling
a
for their
lady.
honeymoon after the wedding. But when Maldavin came back home without Ruth and he was driving her car, witnesses at the time said Maldavin indicated to them that Ruth had died. But when Ruth's brother tried to find out more, Maldavin apparently just told him that he had a fight with her during the honeymoon and he never heard from her again.
It's fucking insane. Imagine fighting with your partner and just not going out to look for them. There was like, oh yeah, I never heard of her, from her ever again after marrying her. Like, what the fuck? That's definitely a fucking suspect.
Maldavin then moved to Chihuahua, California, to a small community near Salinas around 1976. He would then retire in 1985 from his job as an executive vice president of a silver store in Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills, and die of a lengthy illness in Salinas, California on March 14, 2002. So despite all the awful things he did, he seems to have undeservedly lived a nice life. But then on August 28, 2023, Guy Rockwell Maldavin was officially named Ruth Marie Terry's killer.
I hope
Next up is
he
the Forest
fucking
Fen
had a
treasure,
bad,
which was a
bad
cache of
fucking
gold and
life.
jewels that Forrest Fenn, an art dealer and author from Santa Fe, New Mexico, hid in the Rocky Mountains of the United States. The value of the chest was estimated to be as high as $2 million. He wrote a poem to act as a clue, which led tens of thousands of people to the Rocky Mountains in search of riches and adventure.
Oh, that's the one where
Pretty
everyone
awesome,
went looking for the
until
doubloons.
people started dying. Sadly, 5 people died while searching for the treasure. Randy Bilyeu was first and went missing in January 2016 and was found dead in July. His body was discovered by workers along the Rio Grande, and an autopsy could not determine his cause of death. His ex-wife publicly stated her belief that the Fenn treasure was a hoax. Jeff Murphy from Illinois was second and was found dead on June 9, 2017 in Yellowstone National Park after falling about 500 feet down a steep slope.
Oh, holy
Later
shit.
that same year, the third victim, Pastor Paris Wallace of Grand Junction, Colorado, was found about 5 to 7 miles downstream along the Rio Grande after telling his family he was gonna go out and find the treasure. The fourth victim was Eric Ashby, who moved to Colorado to search for the treasure full time and was found dead in the Arkansas River on July 28, 2017. And the
Why
fifth
are
and
they
final
all
victim,
dying looking
Michael Wayne
for-
Sexton, was found dead by rescuers
For
on March
freaking
21,
treasure.
2020, alongside his companion Stephen Inlow, who later recovered in hospital.
Was it
The pair
like
were
cursed
discovered within
treasure?
5
Like
miles of a site that
something
they'd been
from like the
rescued from a
Tomb
month
Raider or
earlier,
something?
near the Dinosaur National Monument along the Utah-Colorado border. So this led the chief of the New Mexico police to publicly implore Fenn to end the treasure hunt, stating he's putting lives at risk. While one dude stepped up to put an end to the hunt once and for all by actually finding it. On June 6, 2020,
Very
Fenn posted
nice.
on the searcher blog Thrill of the Chase that the treasure had finally been found, saying, quote, "It was under a canopy of stars in the lush forested vegetation of the Rocky Mountains
Holy
and
shit.
had not moved from that spot where I hid it more than 10 years ago."
Holy shit, that's a fuck ton of treasure, y'all. Guys, you can fucking retire after finding this box. Okay, you know what? I'd risk my life to find that treasure too. If I knew it was this much. It's like fucking retiring. After you find this, you can retire, invest a lot of the money, and make more money.
Rocky Mountains, and had not moved from that spot where I hid it more than 10 years ago. I do not know the person who found it, but the poem in my book led them to the precise spot. I congratulate the thousands of people who participated in the search and hope they will continue to be drawn by the promise of other discoveries. So the search is over. Now the identity of the finder, the photograph of the goods, and the location of the treasure were not revealed at the time, but on July 22nd, Fenn stated on the Thrill of the Chase blog that the treasure's finder had authorized him to disclose the location in the interest of closure for its many searches. The treasure had been hidden in Wyoming. However, in December 2020, Jack Stoof, a medical student from Michigan, and who actually used to be one of the writers of BuzzFeed Unsolved. So good for him. I mean, he was probably inspired by the episode they did on it to go out and find it. But he came out and revealed that he was the one who found it and went public with his identity by doing an interview. Due to safety reasons, he would have preferred to stay anonymous, but a lawsuit was expected to reveal his identity anyway. Now, I'm not entirely sure what lawsuit he's referring to, and full disclaimer, I could be wrong about
Are they
this,
gonna sue
but I
him?
think it might have something to do with a French treasure hunter Karen who filed a $10 million lawsuit against Fenn's estate in July 2021. According to Karen, he had determined that the treasure was hidden in southwestern Colorado. He then informed Fenn of his solution and began making preparations to retrieve it. However, COVID happened and he couldn't go out and search for it, and then Fenn announced soon afterwards that the treasure had been found in Wyoming. Karen claimed that Fenn took advantage of the delay to move the chest from Colorado to Wyoming, using the point that its exact final location had not been specified by Jack Stoof or any of Fenn's relatives. Unsurprisingly, this lawsuit was dismissed. Karen then tried to file another one and reopen it, but they said no.
Listen, fuck up, get out!
The collar bomb incident. On August 28, 2003, pizza delivery man Brian Douglas Wells entered a PNC bank in Erie, Pennsylvania. He then starts waiting in the queue to get to the teller. About 8 minutes later,
he the one with the
a
collar?
witness inside the bank calls 911,
The bomb
saying there's a
collar?
guy in the bank wearing a bomb or something around his neck. When Wells finally gets to the
This is a
counter,
cool
he slides a
unsolved.
note over to the teller. The note says that the bomb will explode in 15 minutes unless $250,000 was handed over within that time. As the teller runs off to get the money, Wells waits at the counter, sucking on a lollipop. When the teller came back, she handed him a bag of money, which only had $8,702 in it because she was unable to access the vault that quickly. According to the witnesses, as Wells left the bank, he swung his cane gun and the bag of money around like Charlie Chaplin. Around 15 minutes later, after Wells left the bank, police saw him standing outside his car and quickly handcuffed him and left him sitting on the pavement in the parking lot. Wells said that 3 unnamed black people placed a collar bomb around his neck, provided him with the gun, and told him they would kill him unless he committed the robbery and completed several other
That
tasks.
just sounds like he's
This was secretly
racist.
confirmed when police found 9 pages of handwritten instructions addressed to bomb hostage, directing Wells to rob the bank. The instructions also included a scavenger hunt, listing a series of strictly timed tasks of collecting keys that would delay the detonation and eventually defuse the bomb. The pages also said that Wells would be under constant surveillance and any attempt to contact authorities would result in the bomb's detonation, saying, quote, "Act now, think later, or you will die." Now, the police didn't attempt to
What a
disarm the bomb at the
signature.
time, but they instead focused on clearing the immediate area of pedestrians and ensuring that Wells could not detonate the device. The bomb squad would only be called at 3:04 p.m., about 10 minutes after Wells was cuffed, and then at 3:18 p.m., 3 minutes before the bomb squad arrived, the bomb detonated and
Ooh,
blasted a
crap.
fist-sized hole in Wells's chest. He would die almost instantly. The reason the bomb squad was held back was bad traffic. This is like a real-life version
Bad
of Saw.
traffic?
Though the note claimed that Wells could gain extra time by each key found, police later traveled the note's route and couldn't complete it in the allotted time, implying that Wells would not have had enough time to get the bomb defused, so he was literally a dead man walking. Now, it's not clear if Wells was in on it, but if you're gonna suck on a fucking lollipop while you've got a bomb around your neck
I
and
think
swing
he
a
was
bag of
in on
money
it.
like Charlie Chaplin,
Definitely.
then there's not much anyone can say to help your case. Well, the police tried to retrace his steps anyway, which would pretty much lead them nowhere, But almost a month later, a 911 call would come from William Rothstein saying, quote, "At 8645 Peach Street, in the garage, there is a frozen body. It's in the freezer." He was referring to his own address. Within hours of making the call, he was in custody. He told the cops that he had considered killing himself and had gone so far as to write a suicide note, which investigators found in a desk at his home. Writing in black marker, he apologized to those who cared about him and identified the body in the freezer as Jim Roden, and noted that he did not kill him nor participate in his death. However, the note opened with a very, very interesting disclaimer. This has nothing to do with the Wells case. Rothstein then explained to police that in mid-August, he'd received a phone call from an ex-girlfriend, Marjorie Deal Armstrong, who he had dated in the 60s and early 70s. Marjorie said that she had shot her live-in boyfriend, James Roden, in the back with a Remington 12-bore shotgun.
See, my theory is that if the more crazy a girl is, the hotter she is, but she's just crazy and not hot.
In a dispute over money.
I'm sad.
Now she needed help removing
now,
the
my
body
theory's
and
disproved.
cleaning up the scene. She would pay Rothstein $2,000 for his assistance. Marjorie was then arrested, and later in 2005, she told a state trooper that she had information about the Wells case, and after meeting with FBI agents, she said she would tell them everything if she was transferred from the Muncie Correctional Institution to a minimum security prison in Cambridge Springs. Then during a series of interviews, Marjorie admitted to providing the kitchen timers used for the bombs, and she stated that Rothstein masterminded the entire plot and that Wells had been directly involved in the plan. However, it turned out that Rothstein, Marjorie, and her fishing buddy Kenneth Barnes were discussing ways that they could make money. Marjorie suggested that Kenneth Barnes should kill her father, Harold Deal, so she would receive her inheritance. Barnes told her that he was only willing to do this for $250,000, and so the collar bomb bank robbery plot.
Why do people kill, like, your parents for inheritance? Like, they are going to die sooner or later. So there's no need for you to go to jail. It doesn't make sense. And also, like, a lot of like inheritance clauses are like, if the death was by murder or something. I think if it's like suicide, which I assume that's how they'll like make it look, then it's moot. You can't kill yourself and get the money. If it's by murder, maybe you could. Maybe they'll make it look like a robbery.
Was born. According to Marjorie and the police reports, Wells is believed to be involved in the planning of the bank robbery the day before and was aware of the complex plot. He believed the bomb would have been fake, but would serve as exculpatory evidence if he were caught. According to an FBI affidavit, 2 witnesses came forward and confirmed that Wells had spoken about the robbery a month before it occurred. Wells was also seen leaving Rothstein's house the day before the incident, and investigators believe that he participated in a rehearsal. It was also believed that Wells was killed to reduce the number of witnesses. However, Jessica Hoopsick, a woman who was Wells's friend, confessed in the Netflix documentary Evil Genius that she set Wells up to participate in the crime by providing his name and delivery schedule to one of the conspirators in exchange for money and drugs. She claims that he had no knowledge of the robbery. Now, I don't know, I can't see why she would lie about that unless Netflix paid her to. I mean, Brian Wells is gone and he cannot come out and defend himself, so why would Hoopsie come out and admit that? Maybe because it's true, and Wells was what she described him as, a gopher. And our last one for today is the murder of Tupac Shakur. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac was shot in a drive-by shooting on the Vegas Strip. The driver, Marion Suge Knight, was only hit by bullet fragments, but Tupac was struck 4 times and died from his injuries 6 days later. A Crips gang member named Orlando Baby Lane Anderson became a prime suspect, but denied being involved and was never charged. Then Orlando himself would also be killed in an unrelated gang shootout in 1998. Then
really
6 months
unrelated?
later, Christopher Wallace, better known as Biggie Smalls, was also shot and killed in a drive-by shooting in Los Angeles. Biggie's case became just as bizarre as Tupac's, sparking all kinds of conspiracy theories, leading Voletta Wallace, Biggie's mother, to file a $400 million lawsuit against the LAPD, accusing rogue cops of killing her son. The lawsuit threatened to bankrupt the police department, with Voletta stating that it had nothing to do with dollars and cents. It had to do with honesty,
Anywho.
integrity, and a cover-up. So after 4 years of courtroom
Maybe it's the other way around. The hotter the girl, the crazier she is crazy.
battles, the LAPD decided
maybe
that
it
the
is the
best way to
other way
prove
around.
that the police hadn't killed Biggie was to figure out who actually did. So in the spring of 2006, Greg Kading, the detective that solved Tupac's case, got a call from an LAPD detective asking him to join a resurrected investigation into Biggie's death. Right, so that's how this started, and the information I'm presenting here comes directly from Greg Kading, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but I've linked the interview with him in the description. After about a year had passed and the task force exhausted almost all of their leads and had almost nothing to show for it, they agreed there was one more target left to pursue: Dwayne Kef D. Davis. If this name sounds familiar, that's because as far back as 1998, Davis has been saying that he was a front seat passenger in the car that killed Tupac. But whenever he was asked who pulled the trigger, Davis replied, quote, "Gonna keep it for the code of the streets. It just came from the back seat, bro." Davis was a high-ranking gang member whose name was all over the case file,
It's so
from chatting
insane.
Biggie up backstage at the Peterson Museum on the night of his death, to his presence in Las Vegas on the night Tupac was killed. Now, Davis was living a damn good life in Southern California, raking in millions of dollars every year running a drug trafficking network that was directly supplied by the Colombian cartels. So getting him to talk to the police wouldn't be easy. So for that, they needed leverage. Greg Kading devised a plan to develop a strong enough drug case against Davis that he would be willing to divulge whatever he knew about Biggie's murder in exchange for a deal. Kading and his team started by buying kilos of coke from Davis through a Southside Crip informant who had done deals with Davis before. After a wiretap caught Davis saying to a drug trafficker in Texas that he also sold water, slang for PCP, they started buying that too. Now, getting caught selling a single-gallon jug was probably enough to put Davis away for the rest of his life. And according to Kading, Davis had said, quote, "Man, I can fill your swimming pool." In late 2008,
fill your
Kading
swimming
and
pool.
another detective on the task force confronted Davis at his home in Southern California, and they explained to him the really bad situation he was in. Sitting in his garage so curious neighbors wouldn't be alarmed, they told him that he was looking at 20 plus years in prison on drug charges, and not to mention harsh sentences for numerous family members and friends who had been swept up in the sting. That is, unless he wanted to talk about Biggie and Tupac. Within the next hour, Davis's lawyer called and scheduled a meeting. Now, in an effort to extract the truth, Davis was offered a proffer agreement, meaning whatever Davis told them that day wouldn't be used against him, so he was able to speak freely, and in exchange, Davis could get potential leniency for the drug charges. Now, there was only one problem. Davis claimed that he didn't know anything about Biggie's murder, but for some reason, meetings kept getting scheduled and Davis kept showing up for them. Then a few weeks later, in early
Suspicious?
2009, Davis said, quote, "I don't know nothing about what you want to talk to me for, but what I do know is gonna blow your fucking mind." And here we go. Back in 1991, Davis met the famed East Coast drug dealer and club owner named Eric Von Zip Martin. Zip was a hustler who, according to Mike Tyson, once stole $600,000 of cash from a boxing promoter.
Why did you do the lisp?
Zip and Davis then formed a bond built mostly on cross-country drug deals, which eventually led to an introduction to another of Zip's associates, Bad Boy Records founder Sean Diddy Combs.
Ooh.
With Biggie's profile rising, Diddy and his star artists were spending an
Not
increasing
the-
amount of time on the West
not
Coast,
Mr.
just
Diddy
as the
Combs.
rivalry between Bad Boy and Suge Knight's Death Row Records was heating up. At the 1995 Source Awards in New York, Suge Knight had openly mocked Diddy in front of a packed audience. A year later, Biggie and Tupac had come face to face in a standoff outside the Soul Train Awards in Los Angeles, during which Tupac implored Reggie Wright Jr., the head of Death Row Security, to quote, "Shoot him, Reg, shoot him." Davis then offered Diddy his Crip soldiers as security during his West Coast tours, but as is tradition with Diddy, he took the relationship one step further. During a stop on the 1995 Summer Jam tour in Anaheim, Diddy allegedly told a hotel room full of Crip gangsters, Davis included, that he wanted, quote, "them dudes' heads." As Davis put it, Diddy wanted them to kill Tupac and Suge Knight.
What?
Now, fair enough, he may have simply been caught up in the moment. Tensions were high and he was by all accounts legitimately concerned for his safety. But at the same time, it's Diddy. And he even offered $1 million to get the hit done. And Davis confessed that he agreed saying we'll wipe their asses out quick. Detective Greg Kading then asked Davis to clarify, was Tupac's killing a murder for hire? But Davis replied, no. And now we finally found out why Tupac was murdered. Tupac was in Vegas to attend the Mike Tyson boxing match at the MGM Grand Hotel, an event that Davis and his nephew, Orlando Anderson, also attended. After the fight, Anderson was alone in the lobby of the casino next to the hotel when Trevin Lane, a blood gangster known for his connections to Suge Knight, recognized Anderson as the crip who had tried to steal his diamond-studded death row necklace. Apparently, Diddy also offered a bounty to anyone who could bring him one of those chains. Lane pointed Anderson out to Tupac, and Tupac rushed across the floor and asked Anderson, "You from the South?" He then punched Anderson in the face, dropping him to the floor, where he then had the shit beaten out of him by the death row entourage, including Suge Knight. The security footage of that
So
night...
I have a question. Like, why would Diddy want to own one of those? Would it not implicate him into the crime?
shows Tupac and Knight
I guess he wants the rep.
attacking Anderson. Meanwhile, Davis was sitting in a nearby restaurant, and when word got back that his nephew had been attacked, he quickly planned his revenge on Tupac and Suge Knight. He wrote in his 2019 memoir, quote, "The shit became ominously personal." But because the visit to Vegas had been strictly social, Davis and his crew hadn't brought any guns with them, and this is where Zip comes back into the story. He also came to Vegas for the fight and offered a .40 caliber Glock to Davis that he had hidden in a secret compartment in his Mercedes-Benz. For the next hour and a half, two cars of Crips staked out Club 662, a Suge Knight-owned venue where Tupac was meant to perform, but Tupac and Knight never showed. After waiting a while, one of the cars headed out, leaving 4 people behind in a white Cadillac. The 4 people inside the Cadillac were Terrence Bubble Up Brown, the driver, Dwayne Kef D. Davis in the front passenger seat, DeAndre Big Dre Smith in the back seat, and Orlando Anderson. After waiting a while without Tupac and Knight showing up, they drove back towards the Vegas Strip, driving along East Flamingo Road. Just after 11 p.m., Davis spotted Tupac up on the street, near the intersection with Covell Lane, leaning out of the passenger side window of a black BMW that was being driven by Suge Knight. Tupac sat out of the window and started chatting up some girls in a passing car. Then Bubble Up hit the gas, sliding the car into the far right lane, while Davis handed the Glock to Anderson in the back seat. As both cars slowed at the corner, Anderson reached across Big Dre and fired out of the open window, hitting Tupac 4 times, 2 in the chest, 1 in the arm, and 1 in the thigh. He would die 6 days later in hospital. Suge Knight, however, was only hit in the head by bullet fragments. Now, not only had Davis detailed the events behind Tupac's shooting and confessed to his own involvement in it, but he also laid out at least part of the blame for the murder on Sean Diddy Combs. Davis claimed that soon after the shooting, Diddy called Zip to ask, "Was that us?" Davis confirmed that it was, and despite the personal nature of the killing, he still wanted his $1 million bounty. Davis never got the $1 million though, and Diddy has repeatedly denied that this happened, calling Davis's claims nonsense. But no one really believes Diddy, because he's fucking Diddy. But at least we do finally know who shot Tupac and why. Then on September 29th, 2023, Dwayne Kef D. Davis was arrested in connection for Tupac Shakur's murder, being identified as the leader of the group and the mastermind of an intent to murder, and the 27-year-old mystery was finally solved. The murder of Biggie Smalls, however, still remains unsolved, but according to Greg Kading and his colleagues, the leading theory is that a woman named Tammy Hawkins was a potential conspirator in Biggie's murder. Tammy Hawkins is the mother of one of Suge Knight's children and had been involved in a number of criminal fronts on Knight's behalf. When she was faced with jail time and the threat of losing custody of her child, Hawkins claimed that in 1997, Suge Knight enlisted her to act as a go-between in arranging a hit on Biggie in retaliation for Tupac's murder. According to Hawkins, the shooter was a guy named Wardell Poochie Faust, a Bloods gang member who died in 2003 after being shot 10 times in the back while riding his motorbike in Compton. Poochie was apparently fucking crazy, and police once investigated him for unloading his gun on the car of a family driving past his house.
What the fuck?
But of course, due to lawsuits and sketchy police work, the task force got shut down, and without further corroboration, there will always be doubt if this is true. Well, it does feel good to finally get closure on some of these mysteries, and if you're up for it, I've got a 6th BuzzFeed mystery that's also now potentially solved. Check out the video I did on the Axeman of New Orleans, because I'm pretty sure I've solved it. As always, if there's anything you want to add to this video, leave your thoughts and comments down below. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you again soon with another unsolved mystery. Thanks for watching.
Look at this insane trend.
So there's this new trend on TikTok where people are
That
speedrunning
they're
Scientology
running
buildings in
into
Los Angeles,
Scientology.
trying to see how far they can get before being thrown out. The prank itself seems pretty weird and mostly harmless, but some of the clips actually look really cool, like professional parkour sequences straight out of a video game. So far, every attempt ends the same way, with people being quickly escorted out through a side fire exit on the ground floor.
Damn, you got a nice haircut.
So there's this new trend on TikTok where people are
That was so uncalled for. That was so freaking uncalled for. What was that? Didn't someone uncover like Scientology beliefs? And I thought it was pretty fucking insane. It gets worse as like the Poochie's, the JoJo's reference. It might be. Honestly, it might be. The other cult that was pretty insane was like Nixium, where he made like women into his quote unquote Zegs slaves. That was insane. What about the New World Order? New World speedrun. Oh, there's a BuzzFeed unsolved. They came out with AI was like, hey, look at this Wikipedia that we have. Turned out to be true. Not sure about that. Doesn't Jared Leto have a sort of cult through his back? Does he? Is he like? Is that why he's like an ultimate asshole? Because he's like a cult
narratives are
leader?
as pervasive and enduring as the New World Order conspiracy theory.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations.
It's a specter that haunts the fringes of political discourse.
Why does this guy sound like this? Why is he like booming in my ear like he's the ultimate? He's using like ultimate bass. No, but now I'm a bit curious. Jared Leto. Oh, Smosh? Smosh. Oh, dude, he really has a cult. Holy shit. Holy shit, Tammy. I never knew about this.
What happens to a man when thousands of women start treating him like a god? Does he reject it?
Why is he dressing up like Jesus? Why do all these cult leaders always wear fucking white and like try to look like Jesus, man?
Does he embrace it or does he abuse it? Most people know Jared Leto, the actor, a talented performer whose obsessive nature sometimes makes him take things too far. Others know Jared Leto, the musician, a charismatic
So I'm gonna
frontman
leave this
whose larger
open
than
for you
life
guys.
persona
And
blurs
I'm
the
gonna
lines
go pee
between
real
art and
quick.
self-glorification. But a small group
Speed
of his
run.
most loyal fans know Leto as something else, a leader. They call themselves the Echelon. They gather on private islands, dress in all white, and treat his performances almost like religious experiences. And they insist with proud smiles that outsiders just wouldn't understand. When you're on top of the world, the rules start to feel different. The boundaries that govern normal behavior can begin to blur. Jared Leto has always pushed the envelope with his acting. For Dallas Buyers Club, he starved himself to lose 30 pounds and refused to break character as a trans woman for weeks, insisting crew members treat him as female even when the cameras weren't rolling. For Chapter 27, he gained 67 pounds to play John Lennon's killer, developing gout so severe he needed a wheelchair to move around the set. But it was during the filming of Suicide Squad, where he played the Joker, that he finally went too far. He sent various inappropriate gifts to his co-stars, claiming it was part of his method acting. But while method acting is about understanding a character's psychology, Leto seemed more interested in using it as an excuse to harass people.
Oh, how about the gifts you gave everyone? Rats, bullets, a hog. Where did that come from?
Don't forget the anal beads,
Who did you send anal beads?
the used condoms.
You did not.
Yeah. I mean, it was.
Step back, right? You can't just say use condoms and we're just gonna like
You know,
forget.
I know it's a family show, but we
Don't worry.
can educate people here. At least they were used.
Who did you send used condoms to?
Oh, everybody.
There's really no justification for this behavior, especially since Leto's Joker turned out to be terrible anyway. When asked about his antics, his co-stars did their best to stay professional, but you could tell from the way they spoke about it and the grimaces they made that it really freaked them out.
Did you get one?
Yes, I got so many weird things. I can't even begin to tell you the weird things I got.
You talk about commitment, and then he sends Margot Robbie a black rat. It was still alive in a box. She screamed.
I got that. Jared sent. Wait, we can't just skip over that. Yeah. You get a used condom. What do you say? What do you think? You say Jared has gone full Joker.
They all kept their true feelings to themselves, at least publicly, but Jared got dragged online for what he did. People felt he crossed the line, and the backlash grew strong enough that the following year he tried to walk the whole thing back.
What exactly did people get wrong about the Joker?
I mean, I just think that there were some things, that were mentioned about like gifts and the fact that I was giving used condoms to people, which was not true.
We can say that right now. That
it
was
not true. And what are you going to do at that moment? You can't even, it doesn't matter how loud you shout or hold up a sign, with your pants off in Times Square. People are going to go with the story that they want to run.
This didn't make much sense because he was talking like he didn't admit these things himself. He later tried downplaying it all as harmless gift giving between the cast, but then quickly went back on the defensive.
And to see it kind of taken and manipulated, taken out of context, and to be made this really horrid thing, and then to have people speak about it like it was offensive when it was anything but. Look, you work the way you work, I'll work the way I work. You can kiss my ass if you don't like it.
This controversy is one of the more well-known examples of Leto's strange behavior, but it's barely the tip of the iceberg. When you start digging into his past, it gets much, much worse. In 1994, a then unknown Jared Leto landed his breakout role as Jordan Catalano in My So-Called Life. With his brooding looks and natural charisma, he quickly established himself as a Hollywood heartthrob. Roles in cult classics like Fight Club, American Psycho, and Requiem for a Dream followed, proving he had the acting chops to match his leading man appeal. But acting wasn't enough. In 1998, in parallel with his successful run in Hollywood, Leto and his brother Shannon formed a band called 30 Seconds to Mars. What could have been dismissed as another actor's vanity project would instead become something far more significant and concerning. The band found a lot of success in the alternative rock scene. Their mix of epic rock anthems and relatable themes about struggle, love, and faith struck a chord with audiences. When The Kill hit radio stations in the mid-2000s,
it's not true? What happened?
30
What
Seconds
happened
to
while I
Mars'
was
place
gone?
in the alternative music world. The music video, which features an eerie and passionate performance from Leto, racked up millions of views. 2 of their earlier albums went platinum, and the band's ambitions grew. Their live shows became legendary for their intensity, and the group toured endlessly, so much that they earned a Guinness World Record for the most live shows during a single album cycle. While other actors' bands came and went, Leto's kept going from strength to strength. He understood that music could give him something acting couldn't: direct access to adoring fans who would treat him like a king. These followers came to be known as the Echelon. The name itself is telling, a military term for units falling in
aren't they just the
formation, each one
groupies?
falling in line behind the other. At first, it seemed like typical fan club branding. The devoted fans, the merch, the sense of community. We'd seen it all before with other bands, but Leto had bigger ambitions. The Echelon wasn't just a fan club, it was a family. At least that's how Jared sold it.
Oh no, not the
Members would follow the
family.
band around the world, attending every possible show. They'd get tattoos of the band's triad symbol, share inside jokes, and defend Leto fiercely against any criticism. At one point, the band even released merchandise that said, yes, this is a cult. Played off as humor, but in
What?
hindsight, maybe it wasn't so funny.
I wasn't going to ask about this, but I heard you mention it right before the interview started. You have an echelon? What is the deal with that? It's kind of like an entourage?
It's no.
little
That's
confused by
actually a
that.
name that has been given to our most passionate fans out there, and they are a very, very unique group of people that really believe in 30 Seconds to Mars and the travel
Also,
from
colleague
show to
mentioned
show. And
the day that he bought 30 Second to Mars tickets for a concert for next year, April. Right as we're watching this.
and it's the very core following that we have.
Core
Yes, it is a
following.
cult.
What exactly is
Choice
a cult?
words.
It can
Choice
be defined
words.
as a social group built around a charismatic leader, where members display intense devotion and their beliefs or practices set them apart from mainstream society. By this definition, Leto's comment isn't far from the truth. His social media posts often contain the words you wouldn't understand, a saying his devoted followers quickly adopted as their
Is he
own.
making
It's
the
a subtle way of
Illuminati
reinforcing
sign?
the idea that
I
they're
mean,
part of
it's their
something
brand
special,
logo.
something outsiders couldn't possibly
New conspiracy theory. What if 30 to Mars was set up by the Illuminati?
comprehend. Eventually, their concerts began to feel less like rock shows and more like idol
He
worship
said he
gatherings.
sent used
Leto would
condoms to
perform
his
from
colleagues
elevated
and then later
platforms
said
dressed in
that is
flowy
not true
robes
even
and
though he
dance around the
admitted it
stage
himself
like some
before.
rock and roll messiah. He grew accustomed to his
That's some crazy shit I hear. He said what? That's fucking nasty. What the hell? Wasn't this was for his what Joker role or something? It's crazy. I feel like he takes acting like method acting to be an asshole. A live rat to Margot Robbie?
fans
Fucked
obsessing
up.
over him
That's
and
fucked
putting him
up.
on a pedestal, and ultimately he came to expect it. In 2011, we got a taste of this when he publicly humiliated an audience member for sitting down during his show.
Hold on.
What's
Hey,
wrong
buddy.
with sitting down during a show?
Hey, yo, you with your fingers in your chin beard. What are you sitting on your fucking ass for? Huh? This is the 30 Seconds to Mars show, okay?
But so disabled people aren't allowed to
If you
sit.
can't
Old
stand
people
up, you
aren't
better
allowed
be
to be
up off
tired
your
and
fucking
sit.
ass right now. You hear me? Does he understand what I'm saying to him right now? No, don't look behind you. I'm looking at you. Yes, you. Yes, you. Oh, thank you very much.
This leads us on to Camp Mars. In 2015, Leto created an experience that would bring him closer to his fans than ever before. Away from regular concerts and conventional meet and greets, he established something far more personal. A Malibu retreat where he could spend days undisturbed with his most devoted followers.
Who has something like this? Who does a camp like this? No
Cult
one else
leaders?
does. It's a really beautiful gift to be able to do something that's so unique.
Packages ranged from basic tent camping to VIP experiences, each promising different levels of access to Leto himself. Outdoor activities, acoustic performances, and group meditations filled the schedule. What started as a one-off event quickly became an annual tradition, but for Leto, that wasn't enough. In 2019, he took things further with Mars Island, a 3-day retreat on a private Croatian island.
But we're excited about it. Looking forward to taking a dip in the sea, water sports, beautiful sunsets. I've been known to like a good sunset.
The basic package started at $1,700 and went up to $7,200 for the VIP option. But if you wanted the full experience, dubbed the Phoenix package, you were required to pay an undisclosed amount. Reportedly, these VIP experiences
raccoon.
included alone time with Leto as one of their main perks. Fans were encouraged to prove their dedication through purchasing, whether it was special merchandise, an extra night stay, or symbolic tattoos. This business model bears striking similarities to other controversial organizations like NXIVM or Scientology, where devotion
fucking
and dollars
insane.
are inextricably linked. Mornings on Mars Island were filled with yoga,
Mars
water sports,
Island.
and other group activities, but it was the afternoons and evenings that painted a much more sinister picture. Attendees, mostly young women, would dress in all white for what looked almost like ceremonial gatherings.
Everybody find a spot to lay down on the ground.
Aristo_Sheeran is now singing.
Thanks for the follow, Arista. Welcome in.
During the
We got
first
our
retreat,
tinfoil hats
pictures
on
emerged
today.
of everyone in their white clothes following Leto around the island. He was giving speeches in various different locations as his throng of devoted followers hung onto his every word. His brother was nowhere to be seen in most of the images that came out, but it's hardly surprising. This was never about the band. It was about building something that placed Leto firmly at the center, and this was only made more obvious by the shows they held at the retreats. The performances were
is
dubbed
insane.
the Church of Mars, two
Church
intimate
of
shows
Mars.
where Leto appeared draped in white
That's
robes like some
blasphemous.
sort of spiritual figure. The imagery wasn't subtle, but then again, Leto has never tried to be. Since the debut of Mars Island, the retreats have continued taking place. The prices have risen, but the demand hasn't wavered. The Echelon remains as devoted as ever, but as Mars Island has grown in popularity, so have concerns about Leto's past. In interviews throughout his career, we've seen Leto's desire for power and control play out, especially with female journalists. What's presented as charm and charisma often crosses into something more unsettling. Leto has developed a signature approach. He brings interviewers uncomfortably close, makes inappropriate comments
The way he just scooted right next to her like that is so creepy. What the fuck?
about their appearance, and creates situations where they're forced to play along with his advances.
You're quite beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
I just tell the truth.
I just noticed how perfect your hair was. It's so perfect. Do you do it yourself or does someone else do it?
I do it myself.
Do you?
Thank you very much.
I meant more in the sense of like, photography
we're just kidding.
or
We're
what.
joking. We're joking.
Okay.
Squeeze your neck. Look at that. Take a long
What
time
the
to squeeze your
fuck?
neck. What turns me on? I would like to answer that by asking a question. What doesn't turn me on?
You know, the light is starting to hit your body in a way, and it made me notice your hair and how lovely you
Turning
look.
the color of my shirt right
But
now.
you have like skin poking out here, and these, a whole thing happened.
Don't let go. Don't let go. That's my trick. That's my trick. Don't let go.
The complimenting of like you're pretty
well past the
or
point of
like
this.
your hair looks great and stuff like that. Okay, but the why is he mentioning like your skin and that's such a huge ick.
Comfort. The women constantly find themselves trapped between maintaining professionalism and dealing with unwanted physical contact.
Thank you, Amelia, sweetie. Thank you so much, Jared.
Oh, are we okay? She's not going anywhere.
I haven't finished here. There's work yet to be done.
Have you had it?
Into her eyes, they're absolutely, insane. They're gold and blue and...
These moments follow a pattern. Leto uses his status to create situations where women can't easily object. They're on camera trying to conduct a professional interview, while he turns the situation into something creepy and predatory. And if this is how he behaves when the cameras are rolling, you can only imagine what happens behind closed doors. Allegations of Leto's predatory behavior are documented as far back as 2005, when the New York Post
2005.
published an article detailing
Yeah.
how the then
It
33-year-old
was so
Leto was
problematic and
aggressively
people still
pursuing
made him
teenage
famous.
models. According to
That's
their
not what
sources,
fucking
he
you.
would book hotel suites
I bet you no one believed the victims when they said he's a fucking creep.
near where young models were staying and bombard them with text messages. The article said he's been approaching all the girls and inviting them to his shows. He's a serial texter. He's constantly texting 16 and 17-year-old girls. It's
Ew.
really kind of creepy. These types of allegations
That's
weren't a
fucking
one-off.
nasty.
In 2013, multiple women allegedly made sexual
This man
assault allegations
definitely has
against
been on
him
Epstein's
a now
island.
deleted message board. The accusations ranged from sexual coercion to pedophilia, and many of the stories were seriously disturbing. One woman said, "I met Jared Leto when I was 17 on one of his movie sets in Brooklyn when he was turning 34. Apparently, she would often meet Leto at hotels near Gramercy Park in New York. She claimed that Leto told her to verbally tell him that she was 14 or 15, adding he was quite pushy into coercing me to do sexual acts with him, and he was quite rough and forceful." That same year, Leto did an interview where he was questioned about some sexual lyrics in his songs.
Let's talk about the lyrics. You can probably guess which lyrics I'm going to pick out of Up in the Air.
I don't know. Surprise me.
I'll wrap my hands around your neck so tight with love, love, love.
Yeah.
Quite erotic.
Is it?
Tell us a little bit
It's
more
funny that you would take it that way.
about, tell
Kinda
us what the song's
psychotic,
about, if
more
that's
like
what
it.
is.
Well, I think, what is it they say? Everything is about sex, except for sex. Sex is about power.
We know Jared thrives off the feeling of control. That much is clear from everything we've seen so far. His fans make him feel untouchable, leading him to flaunt his power in increasingly obvious ways. In May 2013, 30 Seconds to Mars ran a competition titled The Sleepover. It was supposedly done
The
to promote a new
Sleepover.
album, but it may have had a much darker purpose. The call to
Yikes.
action read, pre-order your copy of Love, Lust, Faith and Dreams for a chance to be one of 5 winners who will receive an exclusive
Oh, is he so
invitation to the
creepy?
lab for a magical night
Does,
we are calling The Sleepover.
people enable
One
his
of 5
bullshit?
winners will spend the night in Jared's house in Jared's very own bed. Yes, it's true. Leto followed this up with a creepy tweet saying, "I'll admit, my bed is more like a hotel than most."
Never have I ever hooked up with a fan on tour. Really? Yeah.
In 2015, the situation escalated with allegations against him from within Hollywood itself. In the early hours of the morning on June 8th, James Gunn, the director of blockbuster movies like Guardians of the Galaxy, went live on Periscope and discussed Leto's predatory behavior. No record of the video was left online, but reports indicate that he expressed a dislike for Leto and called him out for sleeping with underage girls. The following morning, he made this post on Instagram. "Good morning to Bogota, Colombia. And sorry to all of you around the world who saw my ambient-fueled Periscope session last night at 3 a.m. Yes, I erased it." 3 years on from this, when things appear to have quietened down, another allegation surfaced. This time.
Oh, damn. They rather go to his own island than Epstein's. I mean, yeah. But also he might have gone there to recruit other girls and be their quote unquote savior. I realize how dodgy some lyrics sound. Reminds me of David's after his. Oh, David's murder was insane.
Time from Dylan Sprouse.
Alleged.
He tagged Jared on Twitter saying, "Yo, Jared
They
Leto,
haven't
now
done
that
the
you've
case
slid
yet,
into
right?"
the DMs of every female model aged 18 to 25, what would you say your success rate is?" This was unexpected.
Wow,
Many
Dylan.
wondered why Dylan Sprouse, who they grew up watching on The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, would be calling out Jared Leto. But on closer inspection, the answer seems clear. Dylan had recently begun dating Hungarian model Barbara Palvin, who at 24 was right in the age range he mentioned. Having started in the industry at 16, Palvin had spent years in the same circles where these alleged pursuits took place. It's likely that through their relationship, Dylan learned firsthand about Leto's behavior in the modeling industry, whether through Barbara's personal experiences or those of her peers. In response to his tweet, James Gunn popped up again saying, "He starts at 18
Epstein
on the
Island is
internet."
probably just
Following
one of the
this,
hundreds.
Dylan
It
posted a
really
story
is.
on Instagram of an email he received from
Rich
Twitter.
people
Apparently, he'd received a complaint regarding his account
actually
due
don't
to the
even have
tweet
to
he
be
made
rich.
about Leto. However, after investigating,
There are a lot
Twitter
of,
said
like,
they couldn't identify any
pedos out
violation of their
there.
rules, and therefore had decided to take no action. Dylan's response: "Nice try, Satan." Despite the allegations against Leto spanning decades, his response has been complete silence. No denials, no explanations, just a noticeable absence of any comment or recognition. Yet somehow, his position in Hollywood has remained stable. He continues to
I mean,
land
it's
major
run
roles
by a
in
whole bunch
blockbuster
of
films,
predators,
while his
so what's the
controversial
surprise
behavior
about
gets
that?
swept under the rug. He benefits from a system that protects him on all fronts, a devoted fan base that defends him fiercely, an industry that turns a blind eye to controversy, and a celebrity status that shields him from consequences. The echelon grows, Mars Island sells out, movie budgets get bigger, and all those allegations, they just fade into whispers, drowned out by the sound of thousands chanting his name.
Okay. Now we officially know what a creep he is. And it makes sense why he sucks at acting too. He's too busy being a fucking creep. What is going on here? Jesus Christ. Coffeezilla is up with it again. How many cults are there in the world, I wonder? Are there any Malaysian cults? I'm so curious. I honestly think do have some cults and they're like church run. Not real churches, those fake churches. And like they stand outside of usually outside of like LRT or MRT stations, train stations, and they try to recruit you, asking if you have the time to talk about the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I'm curious if there's cult in SG. I feel like there's a non-zero chance. The thing is, with cults, usually they are in charge and in connection with people of power, so they can't get away with a lot of things. I honestly feel like they can get away with They can't get away with a lot of things. See, there's Sky Kingdom. Unseen, unnamed, why Malaysian cults are so hard to expose. Born into control. Oh yes. What a fucking new thing. It's always run by like some politician's son or whatnot. And then they were born into it. Yeah. Sarah and Wani spent over 15 years inside a cult they were born into. For them, childhood was not about playgrounds or cartoons, but about rituals, restriction, and fear. We weren't allowed to watch TV, read newspapers, or even storybooks. Even talking to each other was discouraged. We had lanyards that said, "Ingat Allah saja, jangan bercakap. Remember Allah only and don't speak." Oh, what the hell? Oh yes, and like it's always like someone who's like a pastor, ustaz, basically someone that is religious. And in Malaysia, there are a lot of them that actually have boarding schools for these children. Yeah, they have religious boarding schools and they take them. And all these young kids, 6 to 12, usually up to their teens, about 16, have to be very religious. They have to wear a hijab. And if you're a guy, you don't have to. And then they separate you. And there's a lot of shit. Like, your parents will have to donate to this religious school, quote unquote, donate, so that they'll take care of you. And I mean, I had a friend who was in one of these, and they were touched by their pastor. They were unfortunately essayed by their pastor as well, and he couldn't tell anyone. First of all, he was a guy; no one would believe him. Second of all, is that he was young, so they said like stop lying. So they all get groomed and controlled and passed around. It's really fucked up. And till this day, like we can't fix this because people are thinking that they're sending their children for a religious education, especially like those nuts who are like super religious and see it as like, this is how they uh raise a good religious child. But then you have these motherfuckers who exploit that. And some of them, in fact, they are kids from poor families and they offer to take these children. It's like, oh, we'll feed your child, we'll take care of your child, we'll give them an education. And this is what happens to your children in these religious communities, in this communal living. It's really, really awful. And it's really, really sad. And a lot of them are like Scientologists where they are born into it as well. But I remember there was a really good Scientology documentary. Here she escaped.
Traumatizing.
That's such a scam. It really is.
When you were younger, what was the first time that you became, I suppose, aware that you were a member of the Church of Scientology?
I mean, I always knew I was in the Church of Scientology. I knew of Scientology before I knew of anything else. So it was almost like, when did I realize there was like an outside world, kind of? So when I was 6, I went to this boarding school for kids whose parents worked at Scientology's international management base. And we would see them once a week for a couple hours on Sunday morning. And so
And then Debbie started with like Catholic boarding schools because the nuns are fucking mean and cruel. Do not ever think that they are women of God because they're mean and cruel and have no heart and will beat the shit out of you if you are disobedient.
times during that time, I would go to a restaurant with my dad. And that was the first time I kind of realized that we were different. Like, because we would be told what to say to people. I'm a student and I go to private school, but I didn't really know what those things meant or why I had to say them at the time. And so going out to like breakfast with my dad was probably the first time I realized that there was something different with us and the rest of the world.
And for anybody that doesn't know much about Scientology or its beliefs, what is Scientology?
Scientology it's a belief system, but it starts out as more of like a self-help practice. Like, it almost seems normal when you first start. They're like, oh, you have trouble with communication? We'll help you with that. Oh, you have troubles in relationships? We'll help you with that. But they have a curriculum where it's like you start at the bottom and you do step by step, you move up to the top. And the higher you go, the more money you pay, so the more invested you are. And by the time you get to a certain level, all of your friends and family might be in Scientology. And if you leave, you can't talk to them. They don't have a God, but they believe that each of us are spiritual beings who live lifetime after lifetime, and we pick up a new body each life. And they basically believe that because of bad things that we've done and bad things that have been done to us, we're sort of stuck in these bodies. But our spirits, which they call thetans, are really all powerful. We have all sorts of powers. We can create universes at will, but because of all of these things that we've done or have been done to us, we are now powerless and mired down, and only Scientology can basically cure us of that and bring us back to our native state. So it starts off sounding normal, but it's too late by the time you realize that it's kind of weird. So my parents were brought into Scientology by their own parents when they were teenagers.
So your parents were part of the Sea Org?
Yes. The Sea Org is Scientology's most dedicated group, where people sign 1 billion year contracts.
1 billion. 1 billion year.
Basically dedicating their soul lifetime after lifetime to Scientology because they believe you come back again. Basically, they work like 140-hour weeks. They have military style uniforms. They live communally.
That's so fucking crazy, right? That's fucking insane to me. You're telling me you sign your soul off to like this freaking cult? Hi Turbo. How you doing? Tom Cruise is Tom Cruise is the face of Scientology, guys. I feel like this is how Scientology got so famous, is because of Tom Cruise. And they even use actors to actually recruit people into Scientology. It's not just like preying on the weak, because a lot of cults, what they do is that they prey on the weak, right? Because you're going through depression, you're feeling lost in life. And people in Scientology or like in cults, some of them are really accomplished in life. They're doctors, they're like engineers, they're freaking professionals, but they fall into a cult. It's the same with Nixium. So don't think like you're like maybe safe from a cult. Okay? Because what cults do is pretend to be your friend and then invade your life.
Communally, yeah, so it's like a very insulated world, and they basically are the management for Scientology. I guess people respect Sea Org members because they're dedicating their whole life and essentially their eternity to helping people. And so, they're looked at as making like the ultimate sacrifice for the well-being of mankind.
And what explanation did your parents give you for kind of not being around day to day?
Well, they never, I mean, the explanation was that they were working and they were doing the most important job in the planet, which was like saving people. But it wasn't like they had been around and then they stopped being around. So there was very little explanation needed.
But they've never
too,
been
because
around.
them not being there was completely normal to me. But I think like biologically, I didn't like it. But I mean, I was essentially trained from a really young age to just shove all feelings like that down and or just like suck it up and just deal with it.
It's kind of
I mean,
sad,
I remember
right?
there was one time that like one of the teachers at the school, like she punched me in the face. And I remember I told my mom and I was like, I was debating if I should tell her or not. And I finally just did. And then she was like,
what did you do?
Oh, well, what did you do? Because in
fucking knew
Scientology,
it.
they believe that if something bad happens to you, it's because you did something bad that made it happen. And so, you know, she was like, oh, well, what did you do to deserve that?
Do you remember how you felt when she said that?
I felt like it was completely normal. But I guess there was like a little bit of lingering hope that maybe it would be like, I don't know, like my mom would do something or say something, but it was just like, that's was to be expected.
Which is so
When
fucking
did
sad.
you realize that your family and your name was quite an important name in the Scientology church?
I remember when I was at the ranch and another kid who was my friend came up to me and he was like, do you know that your uncle is COB, which means chairman of the board? And I was like, what's that? And he was like, it's like the boss of all of Scientology.
The COB.
I was like, are you sure? I was like, how do you know? He was like, I know, it's true. With me, he was just like Uncle Dave. So up until that time, and even for many years after that time.
He looks so freaky. He looks like a freaking AI picture. He looks like a little alien man. Something is unreal about him. And it's not just the blue eyes, because sometimes the blue eyes there is kind of like freaky on its own. Hi Lau, how are you doing? I have my tinfoil hat on today and I'm looking at cults and conspiracies. Fake human? He does look kind of fake, but I also think they, on top of like what procedure he already had, they probably photoshopped a lot of shit. It's a bit creepy. It's like something is off, right? It's like they photoshopped his face onto a suit or something. You know, where's the proof picture of this tinfoil hat, or it hasn't happened? Does a hoodie count? I'm wearing a hoodie. He looks like he has Botox done a lot. It could be Botox, it could be facelift, it could be multiple procedures, but it's the way that they treated this photo that makes it so freaky. And he's like literally staring into your soul. The more you stare at it, it looks like he's fucking staring into your soul or something. It's kind of freaky.
And it was like that, but I knew that he was important. I could see how people were afraid around him, how people treated him differently.
And what was he like as a person?
Well, obviously he was like very different to different people, but like when I was a kid, he was really sweet to me and he was playful and he would send me gifts for my birthday and for Christmas. And I was close with his wife, my aunt Shelley, and like only once was he angry at me directly, but obviously I knew things that happened, like when he would meet people, they would mess up, you know, they would get sent to the RPF, which is like sort of like in the Sea Org, it's like the highest punishment you can get, where you have to wear all black. You can't speak unless spoken to. You have to run everywhere you go. And then you have to spend 5 hours a day getting intensive interrogation. And then the rest of the time you do heavy manual labor. So, you know, people after speaking to him and doing something like not bad at all, they would just get assigned to the RPF, you know, or I would hear him yelling at people from down the hallway. Or, you know, I would know that people were in trouble with him. So I knew
I feel
that
like his
he
hair
was
is just a Lego
scary
piece.
a little bit, but he didn't act that way towards me.
And how much power does the leader of Scientology have?
Total power.
Tell me about the first time you became aware of the billion.
Guys, you guys don't understand how rich fucking Scientology is. It is fucking rich because like members have to donate their salary to this.
Year contracts.
When I was 7 years old, there were some adults who came from the international management base, and we were all asked to stand in a line, and it would lead to this table, and these adults were like decked out in their military style uniforms. You know, they had like bars and campaign bars and lanyards and a hat, and they were basically asking each of us to sign the 1 billion year contract. I remember them explaining it briefly, and I was like, okay. I was like, sounds good, because I was just like, that's what my parents had done. So it was like a big moment. I mean, it's crazy thinking back to it now, but at the time I was like, cool. It was just normal for me. There was never any other option if I wanted to be with my family, which is really just my biological urge at that time. Like, that's all I want or care about. Then I have to sign this. Otherwise, that's not going to happen. So it was like, yeah, obvious.
Was there anybody in that line that was saying no? Like, would there have been an option if you'd have said no?
I don't remember that at the time, but I do remember some cadets, because we were called cadets. We were Sea Org members in training. Some cadets who were like sort of considered the bad ones, they would say, oh, well, I don't want to be in the Sea Org. It was only like 1 or 2. And I remember being like, oh.
Yeah, they don't pay taxes because they are a religious non-profit organization, so they are exempted from paying taxes. So, because they're quote-unquote donations, they don't have to declare them. It's the same with the Moonies, Nixium, Heaven's Gate, I think. Yeah, they didn't have to pay taxes. They're fucking rich. They're insanely rich. It was like the same for what's that Mormon church, the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I think.
I was like, what? I was like, that's horrible. Why would they say that? And they were sort of like isolated, and they would be in trouble, and they would have to do like extra heavy labor, and even sometimes we'd be forbidden to talk to them. And then they always wound up being like, okay, I'm gonna stay. And then they would do amends. So it was almost like, even if I ever thought I didn't want to stay there, which I didn't really think until I was older, but I was like, well, I'd be an idiot to say it, because all that happens is you get in trouble and then you come back. There's nowhere to go, you know, unless you have family on the outside, which I guess some people do, but I didn't.
And what kind of education did you receive when you were at the ranch?
When I first got to the ranch, there wasn't any schooling.
The ranch.
We had what
the
were
ranch.
called check sheets, which was just like a list that was
Just
like, read
exam.
this. And then it was like, we had to do like 30 plus hours a week of manual labor. And we were told that basically because we had a place to sleep and food to eat, that we had to exchange. We had to give as much, if not more, than we were being given. And
You're a child.
That's why we had to work, because if we didn't give
That's so
back,
insane.
if we just got things for free, then we would become criminals. And only criminals get things for free. We weren't allowed to have what's called like human emotion and reaction. They called it HE&R for short, or they had many terms that essentially meant human emotion and reaction. Like, you can't have case on post, which means like doing your job. You can't be in your emotions. And so it was always like, okay, if you were being whiny or dramatic or even getting angry, it was like, that's not okay. You're going to get in trouble for it, and it's just not worth it. And they would also put us on the e-meter, like do an e-meter check in the classroom where they would ask if we went past any words we didn't understand.
What is an e-meter, and how does the Church of Scientology use them?
So an e-meter, it's short for electropsychometer, and basically it's like this device which has like a needle on it which moves, and then it's attached through like a cord to 2 cans that you hold. And basically it puts a tiny current of electricity through one side, goes through here, and then back into the e-meter, and then the needle registers what's going on. Basically,
like
they
a-
believe that it also, that this current can basically be influenced by what's going on in your mind. It influences this current. And so if you ask a question, like, have you done anything bad? If the needle reacts instantly, then it means yes, you've
What the
done something
fuck?
bad. So it's sort of like a lie detector. It's like they
Putting
ask
kids through
questions
like
and they
a
see if you're
big
telling the
ass
truth on the
lie
e-meter.
detector and just purposely punishing them just cause or what they believe is right. That's really fucked up.
And they use it for interrogations, but they also use it for other like Scientology counseling things.
Interrogations.
And what kind of questions would you be asked in an interrogation?
I mean, they would ask anything from like, you know, have you stolen anything? Were you unproductive?
Were you
did you flirt with anybody? Did you?
Being unproductive is a crime? God damn. Can you imagine like if you're just unproductive for like a day? They're just gonna fucking punish you and beat you up and isolate you and not feed you or something?
Have sex before you were married? Like I remember the first interrogation that I got, I didn't really know the procedure. And so they just started out asking me if I had done anything bad. And I was like, nope. I was just like, why would I say yes? And then they do this thing where if you say no, they have what's called the murder routine, where they ask you these questions, like if you've done these really horrible things, to make you say, no, I didn't do that. I just did this. So it's like this, they have all these like mental tricks. And so I remember in my first interrogation, she was like, did you rob a bank? And I was like, and she was like, did you have sex with your father? And I was only 12. Like this was
What
just
the
like,
fuck?
so it was like so traumatizing. And that was just like my
Insane
first
questions
introduction
to go
them.
through.
And then after that, that type of thing just became normal.
How many times were you interrogated whilst you were in the Church of Scientology?
I mean, like at least 25 times. But interrogations last a long time. Like it's not a one-day thing. It's something that takes like months or minimally weeks to get through. Because they ask you a question, like they'll say, did you do something bad? And if it doesn't...
To like, have you ever robbed a bank or did you rob a bank? To have you ever had sex with your parent is fucking insane. Like, they ask you a really insane question just to try to get a reaction out of you. And if you react, I'm pretty sure the meter fucking jumps and then you get in trouble. I think, like, they just want to build robots. They want to build mindless humans that will listen to whatever the higher ups say. So they don't want you to have emotions. They want you to just believe in what they have. And if you have emotions, you're gonna get punished. So you're gonna make sure not to have emotions.
But your needle doesn't float. They'll be like, on the question, have you done something bad? Has anything been suppressed? On the question, have you done anything bad? Has anything been invalidated? And they have like this whole list of things that they keep checking until your needle floats on that question. And then at the end of every session, they ask you a series of questions that are like, have you deliberately tried to influence the e-meter? Was there another question I should have asked you that I didn't ask? And you have to have your needle float on all those questions. So it's very intensive. It's not just like a one-day thing. It goes on for weeks, and sometimes like in a single day, I would be in the room for like 9 hours.
What the fuck?
And they had a video camera there, and even sometimes they had like a headset on where someone would be telling them what to do or what to ask while I was in the interrogation.
Why do they do that?
They believe that people leave and speak badly about Scientology because they have done bad things to Scientology. And in order to feel better about themselves, they now need to belittle Scientology by saying bad things. And so basically, they do it for their own safety and protection. It's like if you have more things to hide, then they consider that you'll do more bad things towards Scientology. And then I also think they do it to keep you in line. It's like, you don't want that to happen to you, so you'll be as good as possible.
What was the impact on you as a child growing up in that environment?
It sort of created an environment where you knew that nobody ever had your back. Like, you had to figure it out for yourself, and even asking for help is like it was pointless. Like, it was just asking for more trouble, or like you always. So in Scientology, they have like where if somebody is doing something bad or not working fast enough or hard enough, you have to write reports on each other. They have what's called knowledge reports.
So you have to fucking snitch.
You know that if you
on
go
people?
to anybody, they're just going to report you. So it's almost like you have friends, but you have no real friends. You have parents, but they're not really your parents. And so it's just sort of like distrusting environment, and you're sort of being required to be an adult, even though you're a little kid, and you kind of know that nobody's going to like protect you if anything bad happens.
This is so
When
sad.
I was 12, I joined the Sea Org in Clearwater, Florida. So I was moved away from my parents in California, and then 3,000 miles away across the country, I was brought to Clearwater. I remember arriving at the airport and there was no one there to pick me up. And up until this point, like, I was never around people who were not Scientologists. So all of a sudden I was at the airport by myself. Nobody was there to pick me up, and it was scary. And then I was just put into a room with a bunch of other girls. The plan was sort of unclear, but I was put into a Sea Org uniform, which was just like blue. It had epaulets. It had like a little tie. And I was just told I was in the Sea Org and that I was in training to go back to the international base. So basically I spent my entire day studying Scientology. And as far as how it differed from the ranch, to be honest, in some ways it was easier because we did not have to do heavy manual labor. Where at the ranch we did. So that was harder as like a young kid. So in Clearwater, it was more just studying all day.
And whilst you were at Clearwater, how often did you see your family?
So while I was in Clearwater, I saw my dad twice. In fact, like, I was forbidden to call him directly from my Aunt Shelley, who was my uncle David Miscavige's assistant. She said I wasn't allowed to call my dad.
But it's your
And
parents.
so I would even like try to call my parents, and I would be like held down by security and several other women. And there was no way for me to be in contact with them that wouldn't go through Scientology. Like, I could write them a letter, but all of those letters are checked, and they go through Scientology's mail pack. And so
you're basically
they're just
prisoners.
read both ways. So it's not like I could really ask for help or even that I expected that I could.
There is a lot of speculation about what happened to Shelley Miscavige. She's not been seen for over 15 years, since roughly like 2005. What do you think has happened to Shelley Miscavige?
I believe that she was like demoted. She probably got in trouble for something she did, and she probably had to receive interrogations, but I believe that she was demoted to a lower position where she works somewhere where it's not a place where Scientology public are coming in and out. It's like a management part of Scientology, and that's just where she works now. She's really no more or less missing than anybody else who's in Scientology and who can't really have contact with outsiders and is just working on a billion-year contract and working, 150-hour weeks and just slaving away.
And as you grew up, when did you start to feel like you were having...
Guys, I complain when I have to work a 40-hour week. 150 hours, I just might kill myself.
Doubts.
So one of the most difficult aspects of being in Scientology at that age was that if you were in a certain group that was like higher level, than other groups. You weren't allowed to fraternize with the lower level groups. And so even if the people in those lower level groups were your friends who you'd known your whole life, who you were brought up with as a kid, you would just get in trouble for talking to them or being nice to them. You were only supposed to be friendly with the people in your group.
What the fuck?
And we did not have schooling. We had long hours, but all those things were normal to me at that point, or not spending time with my parents. But the situation with just sort of like being ripped away from your friends and being forbidden to talk to certain people, or even being forbidden to like boys or flirt or anything like that, it just like sucked all humanity out of it. And even at the time, like for me, who was used to a lot, it was just like too much for me. People were having like just certain freedoms taken away, like things that were not even in Scientology's best interest to take away. Things like making it so they couldn't listen to music, or they couldn't have a snack in their drawer. And it was like little things like that. As stupid as that sounds, it's like, I guess I could excuse in my mind them not letting people have time off, or maybe separating people from their spouses for security reasons. Maybe I could explain that. But when they took away these little things, like not being able to have food in your drawer or music, I was like, there's literally no excuse for that in the entire world. And it made me see how it was just control. They're doing things because they could, just to control people. I also tried to like continue to trick myself, and I couldn't anymore. At one point, when they were trying to separate me from...
That's insane. Stopping them from listening to 30 Seconds to Mars so they don't go to Jared Leto's cult. I think it's also just the fact that they tend to take the joy away from you so that you don't have hope. You know, they make you fucking depressed so they can keep you, because the only thing you have is that community. And that community is the only thing you will ever know. And if you listen to music, you're bound to find like other community.
At the time,
right?
It was my fiance, because we had sex before we were married, which was forbidden. I was just like at my lowest, and I literally like hung myself outside of the window on the 5th floor of a building on Hollywood Boulevard. And I was like, if you don't tell me where my fiance is, then I'll let go. Now, I don't know that I would actually have done it, but I felt like it was my only option. Like, I felt like I was so unhappy. I had no control over my life or my future, that they could just take everything away, and they would continually. They wouldn't leave me alone. I mean, it was extra interrogation, extra bad treatment because of my family. Like, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't keep my mouth shut, and I had to get out of there.
And then how did you come to leave?
The truth is that I think that what finally caused me to leave was being physically mature enough. Like, I was 21, and you know, when you're a kid, you just like believe adults, and you listen, and you try not to get in trouble. And I think that just at that point, I was like, no, I see what I see, and it's what I think it is. And so I was just like, I can't be here anymore. I can't take it. Like, it's just too abusive.
And what was the process like for you to leave, Jenna?
So when you leave the Sea Org, you have to get an interrogation, which usually involves months of heavy labor as well. But so they said, okay, you can leave, you have to get your interrogation. But by this point, I was so tired of being kept in a room. I had tried to escape the room many times. They chased me down the street after trying to hold me in the room for hours.
They fucking chased her down the street and no one fucking stopped them? It makes me wonder where she was kept, because it had to be somewhere remote. You know, she can't even find help from a random stranger to get away from this crazy place. And it's just so sad.
And I just like couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't put myself through the mental process. But my husband at the time, he said that he wanted to leave with me. And so he was sort of slowly like withdrawing or being shady or not coming home and sort of changing his tune, saying, well, I might not go with you, even though it was like kind of his idea to want to leave too. And it finally came to a point where I was just going to leave without him. They tried to have me sign like this contract that was like, if you speak publicly badly about Scientology, you'll pay us millions of dollars per instance. And I just like shredded it up in front of their face. They tried to have me do more interrogations. I said, I just can't anymore. And so I was going to leave without my husband, and we were at the so at first they forbade him even to take me to the airport. They said, no, she just needs to get a taxi and get out of here. And he sort of like was like, no, I love her. I'm going to take her to the airport. This is the last time I'm ever going to see her. I was like, okay, if you will come with me. If
you love her, but you're not leaving with her? What the fuck? Go fuck yourself, bro. What do you mean you love her? You loved her and you didn't protect her?
If I stay and get my interrogation, then I'll stay. We were both crying. It was like the last time we're ever going to see each other. He basically told me that they had been speaking with him about me behind my back for weeks and threatening him. And when I wouldn't do my interrogation, they sort of basically started talking to him and convincing him that he couldn't leave, and otherwise he would never get to speak to his parents or his family again, who were Scientologists, and that he had to deal with me and make me get my interrogation, or else he would never be able to see his family again. And he was crying, and he was like, okay, we'll leave together. And then we wound up leaving together that night.
How old were you when you left the church, Jenna?
Just before I turned 22.
And how did it feel to be free from Scientology?
On one level, it's amazing. But part of what people don't talk about is that when you leave, it is hard. I didn't know how to drive. I didn't know how to cook. I felt like I'd never gone grocery shopping. I felt like just being normal, or just even picking out my clothes every day, was like hard, but it wasn't as hard as being in Scientology. It was better, but it also meant losing everybody who I ever knew. And it was also hard because Scientology was having us followed. They were by private investigators. They were talking to my in-laws, putting pressure on them to make us go back to Scientology and do some of their procedures. A lot of pressure, to the point where they wouldn't leave us alone. So it's like you're sort of trading all of this for your freedom, which is scary and amazing. So then we had kids a couple years later, and that's amazing. I mean, my kids are amazing, and I feel like we sort of made it our goal to make up for lost time by like traveling and even with our kids. And so that has been really amazing to see the world and so many different cultures, and just learn how different people live, because, you know, we didn't really experience that in Scientology, and how nice people are for the most part.
In your opinion of your life experience, do you think Scientology is a cult, and why?
You know, a religion, people can believe things, that's fine, but they don't need to force you to separate from anybody who doesn't believe in Scientology, or ostracize people, or just be so extreme, you know, having people mortgage their houses in order to pay for Scientology donations and services, destroying their credit. And
what the fuck? Mortgage your house to pay them? Damn, you really better be going to heaven in that case.
Their financial stability, you know, separating children from their parents. All these things are extreme. And, you know, my uncle is essentially the dictator. Anything he says goes. So it's just the extremism that is what I believe makes it a cult.
What do you think the legacy of being part?
I don't think it's just the extremism. It is the whole program that makes it a cult. See, they isolate you from everyone outside. That's what makes it a cult. They make you believe and depend on them. They make you believe that if you don't depend on them, you're going to hell. You're not going to succeed in life. That's what makes it a cult.
Part of the Church of Scientology is on you as a person?
I mean, I am proud to be somebody who started exposing Scientology, you know, early on when it was still really hard and scary to do so. Like, it was really scary. And, you know, you would hear that they would sue people into oblivion. I mean, they would try to separate us from our families. So I am proud that I exposed them and that I told the truth about them, even when it wasn't easy, even when it was hard. It's hard for me to look back and see myself as a kid, but when I picture my kid going through what I went through, that's the only time I can be objective. And I'm like, that's fucked up. Like, that is messed up, and Scientology is evil, and people need to know about this. That's what sort of motivates me.
I'm glad she got out of it.
What a Scientology agent will do is they'll get a list of everybody you know. They will then contact every person on the list. We found out some really interesting things already. I was told when the head of their harassment division in the UK defected that they'd spent £2 million harassing me up until that point.
Wait, they harassed him? I need to listen to that. I think I've watched that before, but I don't remember watching it. Maybe I watched like a different version of it. Called the Honesty Box.
What a Scientology agent will do is they'll get a list of everybody you know, including your doctor, your dentist, your travel agent, whoever, your friends, your family. They will then contact every person on the list, whether directly or on the phone, and say, we're gathering information about John Atack or whoever and their criminal background. We found out some really interesting things already.
What the fuck? What do you mean criminal background? That's insane. So they slander you and call people to like ruin your reputation?
Told when the head of their harassment division in the UK defected that they'd spent £2 million harassing me up until that point.
So I guess they harass the shit out of you once you leave.
Hi,
to scare
I'm John
you to
Atack.
come
I'm an
back
expert
into
on
your cult.
Scientology. A long time ago I was a member. And I also am an expert on authoritarian cults in general. And I'm here to answer questions from the Honesty Box.
That's scary.
What is a Scientologist and what do they believe? Scientologists are followers of a man called Lafayette Ronald Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard, and he basically devised a science fiction set.
Wait, L. Ron? L. Ron? Man's was a fan of Lord of the Rings. But not very Eldron-like.
Beliefs and techniques. In reality, Scientology is an elaborate system of mind control and thought reform. Scientologists believe that they have lived for 1.25 quadrillion years. The origin story is the idea that we're all individuals completely, who separately came together in our multi-billions to create the universe. And we do that at every moment. So the universe is an illusion generated by the people within it, the beings within it. Core beliefs are quite elaborate, but the essential belief is that we are all gods. We all have godlike powers, and we've lost these powers because we didn't want to hurt others. And so what Ron Hubbard promised was that he would give us magical abilities, the ability to intend whatever we want, and make it happen in the world. This hasn't proved to be true. Why did you join? Because my heart was broken. I was 19 years old. I'd come back from a tour in Toulouse. I was playing drums in a band, and I came back to find my girlfriend, who I'd been living with for 15 months, had gone. And I freaked out, and I went looking for help, didn't find anything substantially, and then was introduced to Scientology.
That's how cults work.
And I went along. People were incredibly friendly, very smiley, smart people, and they seemed to have something that I wanted. And so it began. How is Scientology structured, and how do you progress through the ranks? There are two elements to Scientology. One is the staff Scientologists, and the other is the public Scientologists. Public Scientologists pay a great deal of money to undertake processing, as it's called, and indoctrination. Those are the words used. Processing, some people say, is a form of counselling. I would disagree with that. It's a form of hypnotism. The structure of Scientology is a hierarchy, very strict hierarchy. There's no democracy of any kind in Scientology. I have a man called David Miscavige, who took over from Ron Hubbard after Hubbard died.
He's back with the creepy picture. Every time they show this picture, I'm freaked out. Look how creepy he is. They, not only the Lego piece toupee of a hair, but they definitely just freaking photoshopped the shit out of him. Like, there are no lines on his face. He doesn't look human. He looks like something like one of the monsters out of Doctor Who.
And he basically determines exactly what Scientologists will do. And there are hundreds of organisations around the world that...
See, he looks human in that one.
Exactly what Scientologists will do.
He looks human in this. Right? He's got color to his skin. He's got a bit of lines. Maybe a lot of Botox on his forehead. But he looks human in this. But this... He looks creepy. He really looks like a Doctor Who monster or alien.
And there are hundreds of organisations around the world,
like,
though
parading as a human.
Far smaller than people would usually imagine. It's about 25,000 internationally. If you were a staff member...
Oh, I know what makes it creepy now. He looks like he has no soul in his eyes. Like, he's smiling, but there's no emotion in his eyes. That's what fucking feels creepy. Right? Because you can see emotion in his eyes right here. Right? He's passionate, he's feeling a bit, he's probably preaching, so he's being passionate. But in these pictures...
I have a man called David Miscavige, who took over from...
He's smiling, but his eyes are empty. That's what looks fucking creepy and uncanny. There's like soulless...
Ron Hubbard after Hubbard
demon
died.
eyes.
And he basically...
That's coming from
exactly
a demon.
What Scientologists will do. And there are hundreds of organisations around the world, though the membership is far smaller than people would usually imagine. It's about 25,000 internationally. If you were a staff member in Scientology, you would start
25,000 is still a fucking huge membership, man.
Out as a gopher, somebody who basically does what they're told and fetches the coffee, and you would then be assigned to a particular division in Scientology, and you'd work your way up until you were perhaps the head of that division, say the Treasury Division, which deals with finances, or the Public Division, which deals with recruiting. Then you have executives above that, and you have an incredibly complicated set of organisations that are all pretty much spying on one another. If you are unlucky enough, you'll rise to go and work with David Miscavige himself, who lives in a secret location to avoid process servers from the courts. He has a violent temper. He is a short man, but physically, he exercises. He fires a crossbow, we're told. He has been known to punch people when he's lost his temper. He controls people. He is a very dangerous human being. And of course, he has the control of Scientology's funds, which are perhaps in the region of $3 billion. So it's probably best not to...
$3 billion fucking dollars, guys. Not little 3 billion rubles. This was like from when? 2 years ago? So how much do you think if it's increased by now?
To get on the wrong side of him, what am I doing here? Will you be in danger from making this video? Yes, there is some danger. I have been harassed and I've been sued many times. But hey, what the heck? Would you say you're an easily manipulated person? No. Have you ever met anybody who thinks they're an easily manipulated person? I once interviewed a young man who'd come out of Scientology, who'd been in the 14 people governing Scientology, and he said, the great thing is, John, we'll never be manipulated again. And I said, the great thing is, I know I'm gullible. I know that we're all vulnerable. But no, I'm probably less manipulable than most people because I've spent 40 years studying the methods of manipulation and teaching people about them. What is the Sea Org? And why do you sign a billion-year pledge? LOL. The Sea Organisation was started in 1967 by Ron Hubbard when he was basically being chased out of pretty much all of the English-speaking world. So he took to international waters so he could be safe from prosecution. And he called his followers initially the Sea Project, Sea, S-E-A, as in a body of water, and then the Sea Organisation.
Not Southeast
Somebody
Asia.
joked to him that they ought to sign contracts that would go beyond one lifetime, as Scientology believes in reincarnation.
You're telling me that that billion-year contract was from a fucking joke?
And put forward the idea that it should be for 1 billion years. How many Scientologists are there? About 25,000 around the world now. They have claimed as many as 11 million members over the years. The last census in 2021 showed 1,800 Scientologists in the UK, which was a decline of 24% over the 10 years leading up to it. Is Scientology a cult? Well, what's a cult? By dictionary definition, a cult is a group of people who have reverence for a particular discipline or a particular leader. And in those terms, yes, Scientology is a cult. I would go one further. Is Scientology a dangerous cult? And from my point of view, it most definitely is. What is auditing?
Wait, this reminds me. Scientology has actually tried to infiltrate the government organization in US. I fucking remembered this little fun fact right after he said that. I was like, oh yeah, they actually did try to fucking control the government from in the inside. We have to go find a YouTube video on that.
Originally, the word comes from to audit or listen, but it's basically a set of hypnotic procedures that are used on Scientologists to bring about states of euphoria so that they'll want to buy more. There are counselling sessions which are called auditing, where one individual will audit another individual as if they were the counsellor and the other person was the recipient of counselling. There are about 2,000 processes that are used, and they vary from straight memory questions, asking you about something that happened in the past, through to trying to get you to relive trauma, which is what was called Dianetics originally. It's a technique that was abandoned by Freud because it didn't work. It made people more dependent upon the therapist, Freud said. What is an e-meter? The e-meter is a Wheatstone bridge. It basically measures the conductivity of the skin on your hands. It's a part of the police polygraph used in the United States extensively, and it has no value whatsoever. During most forms of auditing, the auditor will have an e-meter in front of them, which has a dial with a needle on it, and that is connected to electrodes, which are usually soup cans, or conventionally were, and that measures the electrical resistance on your skin, on your hands. In fact, the movements in your sweat glands, they're not sweat itself. And the needle will move according to the questions that you're asked. And there are a number of different needle movements that's supposed to indicate something. What are the OT levels? OT stands for operating thetan, and the word
Not
thetan
overtime?
is being, the soul, the spirit, the self.
How much have they been working overtime? By 110 hours a week for a child?
The whole idea of Scientology
Uni, hello. Welcome in. I've got my little tinfoil hat on.
is that you can become an operating Thetan. You are a Thetan, you are a being, but you're trapped inside your body. And using Scientology, you'll be able to exteriorize from your body and make things happen at a distance. Your intention will be roused up so that you are capable of performing miracles. If you wanted to blow a planet up, you could do it. These are the kind of stories
Performing
that are told.
miracles.
The reality is, and I've interviewed more than 1,000 Scientologists over the years, nobody achieves any of these abilities. You go through a set of procedures. By my reckoning at the moment, there are 28 levels on Scientology's bridge, and you go through those step by step. By the time I left, I'd done 25 of them. So I'd finished the 5th operating Thetan level. The great secret is that you're not meant to know, that you're inhabited by millions of little beings and you have to get rid of them. So it's primarily a modern form of demon exorcism, and it is ineffectual. If they were able, if they did have these powers, then obviously they'd be aware of what I'm doing now and would be able to stop me from speaking. It hasn't happened in 40 years. Should Scientology be classed?
I like how he's like, yeah, it hasn't happened in 40 years, y'all. The way he says it so casually. In Star Wars, if you're inhabited by a million little beings, you are a Jedi. So, if I'm not wrong, the guy who founded Scientology is a sci-fi novelist. Yeah. I think he really said, since I can't be a published author, I'm gonna be a cult leader and I'm gonna use everything I've wrote as you know, like everything I wrote as like something to reference to, and that's what he did.
As a religion. I would personally abstain on the question because I think it's up to people to decide what their religion is. Should it have special privileges on a religious basis, for example, tax exemption? Absolutely not. It's harmful to the community, so it should not have such benefits. There are places in the world, particularly the United States, where Scientology has tax exemption. It's exempt from certain taxes in this country as well. So you're paying for them, basically. How does Scientology handle criticism of the cult?
Very badly.
It uses a procedure called fair game, which is to say that if you're opposed to Scientology, you do not deserve to live, and everything can and may be done to silence you. I was harassed on a daily basis for 16 years after I left Scientology and spoke out. There's a process called noisy investigation. It's written up in Scientology and approved by Ron Hubbard. And what a Scientology agent will do is they'll get a list of everybody you know, including your doctor, your dentist, your travel agent, whoever, your friends, your family. They will then contact every person on the list, whether directly or on the phone, and say, we're gathering information about John Atack or whoever, and their criminal background. We found out some really interesting things already. I had this done to me, and my mother-in-law, one of my brothers-in-law, decided to talk to the private detective who'd been sent over from Los Angeles. He travelled as far as Australia to find people who'd known me. It was put about that I was a recovered heroin addict. I'd never taken heroin in my life. I was a rapist. I'd attempted murder. I'd molested children. These are standard stories that are told about critics of Scientology. They're made up. I was told when the head of the harassment division in the UK defected after a conversation.
Head of the harassment. Head of harassment. That's fucking insane. Imagine having a division in your organization that's called head of harassment. Actually, we do have that in a lot of corporate offices. It's called HR.
With me. And she told me that they'd spent £2 million harassing me up until that point. It was incredibly destructive. It took me 17 years to recover my physical health. all through litigation. They sued me in America, they sued me here, and through legal costs I was bankrupted. My marriage fell apart, my health came apart. It took me about 17 years to get back to a place where I could stand up again. What is the Celebrity Centre? The Celebrity Centre was started by a woman called Yvonne Gillum, who became Yvonne Jensch, in Los Angeles in the 1970s. And the target was to find celebrities, recruit celebrities, and use them to promote Scientology.
There we fucking go.
John Travolta and Chick Corea and
there we fucking go. Leah Remini has escaped Scientology. My Streamlit side, I was finally motivated to stream, and my computer is saying no to me. Why are you using Streamlabs to begin with? Why are you not using OBS? Please go check Kumi out. You're freaking hilarious too.
That's how John Travolta and Chick Corea and quite a lot of other people became involved. It's worth saying that as many celebrities as they've managed to keep hold of, they've also lost. So Van Morrison, for example, and Leonard Cohen were both briefly involved in Scientology. There is a rule within Scientology that if you upset a celebrity, then you are in trouble. So these people are treated with kid gloves. What happens to children inside the church? That's variable. If you are born to a family who are public Scientologists, then you may have a fairly normal upbringing in that you'll be
only
in
if you're
society,
a public Scientologist.
and you'll go to an ordinary school. But you may also go to...
By the way, do you guys know that Nicole Kidman divorced Tom Cruise because of his crazy Scientology bullshit? She did not want her kids near that shit.
Scientology school, where the principles of Scientology will be used in your education. This is not very effective. I've spoken to children, adults now, who grew up in this organisation, where there'd be one adult looking after 80 children. About 50% of the kids who grow up in Scientology will leave. By the time they're 16, they will not want to stay. Quite a lot are thrown out if they cause any sort of trouble.
They throw you out.
They'll just be got rid of. What is a silent birth? In Scientology, it's expected that women will give birth without making a noise. Hubbard put forward the idea that if we're knocked unconscious or during unconsciousness,
you're pushing a baby out of you. How are you gonna keep quiet? That's so crazy. Maybe they put them in sedation and do a C-section?
We're still recording what's being said around us, and this can act in a kind of moronic way through the hypnotic mind, what he called the reactive mind. And so he put forward the idea that birth should be in silence so that the baby doesn't receive what he called engrams, these traumatic memories. It's
traumatic memories.
Because the reality is...
traumatic memories is what he's gonna fucking give them after their birth.
We know this, that we don't register memories when we're unconscious. We're not physically capable of it. It's demonstrated by if you ask a boxer who's been knocked out what happened in the 10 seconds up to him being knocked out, he won't remember. Do you have to pay to be a member, and if yes, how much? Yes, you either go and work for them 90 hours a week on a rice and beans diet where you're no longer allowed to have children, you're forced to have abortions in fact these days, or if you've got the money, you pay for it. And the prices are very variable because you pay by the hour. To get through all of Scientology, you're probably talking in the region of £500,000 now to get to the level that I got to. I didn't pay that much. There's a prohibition on free
Yes, there was
Scientology.
inflation.
The idea is if you're
even
given
in
something for free, you
Scientology.
won't appreciate it, so you should be charged. At the moment, I'm not sure what they have for free. You won't appreciate it, so you should be charged.
You won't appreciate it, so you should be charged.
At the moment, I'm not sure what their highest price is. Probably about $500 an hour to sit in one of their sessions. Recruiting is free. Once you've been recruited, they'll sell you a £5 or £10 course. And they'll say, we've got lots of these courses, you don't have to do the expensive courses. But as soon as they can, they'll put you into a hard sell situation. And the presumption you just force somebody through to the next level. I've met people who borrowed hundreds of thousands of pounds so they could do Scientology and then found they couldn't repay it. And of course, they'd be told by the registrar or salesperson, Scientology will increase your abilities so much that you'll be able to earn this money in no time. It's not true. I met one guy who'd spent $400,000 in a week and at the end of the week was admitted to a hospital with a heart attack. I'd probably have a heart attack if I'd spent that much money. What do you know about Shelley Miscavige? Shelley Miscavige...
He's got a great sense of humor. $400,000, what could you do with it? Is you could probably pay like a lot of college funds for like at least 10 kids. If not like 5 for like a prestigious college. You could have taken that $4,000 to invest, but to lose it all like that, that's devastating. I would have a heart attack too.
Is David Miscavige's lawful wife. She went missing years ago. Nobody knows where she is. She's not made an appearance in years. The journalist Tony Ortega has been trying to find her. And as yet, we have no idea where she is. She is one of the disappeared. Is there a uniform? Now, this is coming from somebody who wants to join, and they're going, oh, if that's a good uniform, I'll get in. There is a uniform.
What do you mean
It's
there's
the
a
US
good
Coast
uniform
Guard's
you get in?
In fact,
What
so
the
not very exciting. Members of the Sea Organisation wear this uniform. So they also wear campaign ribbons, which is against the law in this country and in the United States, but nobody prosecutes them for it. They're not actually for having fought battles or been wounded or anything. Can you be a Christian and a Scientologist? No. Hubbard frequently said that you could practice any religion and be a Scientologist, but you can of course only practice it if you believe in reincarnation, if you believe you've lived on other planets, and if you're willing to accept as you get further into Scientology that Hubbard dismisses Christ as an implant. Christ is a hypnotic invention. There never was a Christ.
It's a hypnotic invention, Jesus Christ.
He also says that heaven is a fabrication and
that's crazy.
The crucifixion and Christ is just a control mechanism. At the very end of his life, he released and it only came out...
That's like saying all religion is used for control, which it is. But it's also used for guidance. Like, it teaches you to do good.
2 years after he died, and only a handful of people saw it. But he wrote a thing where he claimed that he was himself the Antichrist. So if you're a Christian and you want to get into something that was developed by the Antichrist, then maybe. Is it true they record sessions and blackmail you with them? Yes, all auditing sessions are recorded. In fact, nowadays they're often filmed. Blackmail you with them? Yes, that has happened. Whether it still happens, I don't know. But there certainly have been cases where things that were given in the greatest confidence, and you will end up saying every embarrassing thing you've ever done at some point, that will go on the record with them. I think for many people, it's just the threat that it may be revealed. Many people have come to me over the years and said they had a terrible experience with Scientology and they'd love to do something about it, but they don't want their children to be able to read about their sex lives when they were teenagers, something to that effect. So sometimes it's just that people are frightened it might be revealed, but there have been cases. What do you know about the Hole? The Hole was set up by David Miscavige at his secret base in Gilman Hot Springs in California. This is a huge property where the...
It's a secret base? He literally is a fucking evil villain. What the fuck? A secret base?
You have pressure pads all around the inside of the property of the fence, and the razor wire faces inward, so you can't climb out. The Hole is placed there. It's a double trailer, so 2 mobile home sections, and Miscavige started putting his executives into it when they annoyed him. Mike Rinder, in his book, A Billion Years...
What the fuck do you mean by, like, he put his executives into trailers when he was annoyed with them? That's like... That just sounds like prison where, you know, they go into the hole where they're just isolated in darkness with nothing and 1 meal a day.
says that at peak there are 140 Scientology executives in there sharing 2 toilets and being allowed to go to the shower.
Oh, that's worse than a fucking home
30
prison.
seconds a day or something in another building. I think it ran for 8 years. And all of the top executives of Scientology, they'd be taken out to go to public meetings with their uniforms on, then they'd go back to be in the hole because Miscavige was displeased with them. It's Scientology's gulag. The problem if law enforcement become involved is if they say to you, are you here of your own free will? And you say yes, then there's nothing much they can do. And if you say no,
yes,
you'll be thrown out of Scientology forever.
They throw you out. That's like a blessing.
It was said, the largest raids in the history of the FBI were on Scientology in July 1977. And Lawrence Wright, in Going Clear, wondered why was it that the people who were in the prison detention force, the rehabilitation project force, why didn't they just leave? And he'd not understood that this is not an ordinary situation. They knew that if they left, they would be labelled as suppressive persons and would not be allowed to continue in Scientology. So the amount of programming is very profound. Are you ashamed of your past? No.
That's so sad.
I wasn't a living member of Scientology. Nobody that I recruited into Scientology is still with it. And a few thousand people have left because of me. There are people who did awful and brutal things in Scientology. And, while we can say, I was manipulated, I wasn't in control of what I did, and that is a fair point, I think we all have to take responsibility for what we've done. Frequently and normally in the Sea organisation, people are sleep deprived for days on end. They're forced to stay awake. There have been situations where on the rehabilitation project force, which I mentioned, the labour camp, that they're given leftover food. Now, this is in a place where rice and beans is the normal diet, so they get the leftovers. You'd often find cockroaches in the food or maggots, things like that. And you either...
They have $3 billion but can't feed their own 25,000 members?
ate that, or you didn't eat. Part of that process was also what's called pig's birthing, where you would no longer be allowed a mattress. And David Miscavige reintroduced this idea. So you could be on the rehabilitation project force usually for a couple of years. You could only speak when spoken to. You had to run between your jobs. You had to wear black or a black armband to show your status. You cleaned the toilets. If you defied any order, you were told you'd have to run a lap, and you'd be working an incredibly long day. You then have the practice of overboarding that Ron Hubbard introduced in 1968, where for the slightest infraction aboard his ship during training, you would be thrown overboard. And that doesn't sound too bad. Only that would be from 25 to 40 feet high.
Holy
you might
shit.
not be able to swim. You'd be blindfolded. Your ankles would be tied together.
What the fuck?
And you'd be thrown into the sewage-full waters of Corfu Harbour when he started this, because other boats would be letting out their human sewage into the harbour. So people had this forced upon them, and there were the people who did it to other people. How do Scientologists recruit new members?
It's
Usually by word of
terrifying.
mouth. Usually it would be a friend. But they go out on the street with a little clipboard and they ask inane questions. The ones I used were, what would you most like to be? What would you most like to do? What would you most like to have? And once you've established rapport or conversation with somebody, you ask them if they'd like a free personality test. And in they go. Do they keep people against their will? Yes, that has
Personality
happened.
quiz?
There was a case in America where 11 Scientologists, including L. Ron Hubbard's wife, Mary Sue, were sent to prison. And one of the things they were found guilty of was false imprisonment, where they'd kidnapped a man called Michael Meisner because he was going to tell on them, and they held him captive for months. Do Scientologists prey on the vulnerable? Yes, but a specific type of vulnerable. One of the other awful things about Scientology, and something I wasn't really aware of, is that they don't recruit disabled people. Hubbard said, we're here to make the able more able. So they won't prey on people who have a psychiatric background, because that's got them into trouble in the past. They won't prey upon people who are physically disabled. They really, if they can, as with any group, they want the smartest and best of people, and they get some of them. They had some quite remarkable people. In fact, that a number of members of Parliament and the Senate have been Scientologists is interesting. Who did you believe you were in a past life? I wish I hadn't actually pulled this one out because I'm going to sound stupid, but there you go. I believed I'd been Henri Matisse, the painter. I also, for a while, believed I'd been the Buddha. So, a bit of a narcissist, really, what can I say? We later found that as there are millions of spirits in this, I probably could have had one of the Buddhas and one of Henri Matisse's. But what was the best part of it? Anything you miss? There was a tremendous sense of camaraderie and the idea that you were changing the world. And when you go from that to realising you're in Sainsbury's buying a bag of potatoes, yesterday I was saving the world, now I'm buying a bag of potatoes. It's a bit of a letdown. Do you have to abandon your friends and family? Only if they don't like Scientology. If somebody complains, yes, you're meant to disconnect from them. Do Scientologists believe in the afterlife? Yes, they believe in reincarnation. But unlike Buddhists and Hindus who have the fear of the eternal return, the wheel of suffering. It's a horrible thing to be reincarnated. This is more the new age kind of thing. Oh, I'll drop my body and then I can do it in my next lifetime, which means the suicide rate is much higher in Scientology than the world around because people will give up and think they have another life coming.
What the fuck do you mean you'll drop my body right now and do it in the next lifetime?
And that is my experience, that Scientology has about 10 times the suicide rate of the normal population. They don't believe in heaven. Hubbard went there and said it was made from cardboard.
For me, as a kid from the 90s, it was normal.
I'm so like, what the fuck, bro? That is just so insane. But I'm pretty sure there is something about this. Wait, let me Google it. Scientology. What if Scientology knows that I'm writing this shit? Oh shit. Scientology, knowing that VTubers are looking at Scientology. Okay, so there is one. It's called Operation Snow White.
Wow.
6 years ago. Which one's the one with the most views? Trust me, bro. Oh, it's Curiosity Stream.
This video was made possible by CuriosityStream. When you sign up at curiositystream.com/HAI, you'll also get access to Nebula, the streaming video platform that HAI is a part of. Let's go back to 1957. This guy was president, these guys were launching this thing, all of these guys were starting to form this guy was doing a lot of this, to which teens reacted like this, and most importantly, this guy who wrote this book had just won a massive victory thanks to these guys. Such guy was, if you don't know, Ron Hubbard, a science fiction writer who wrote a book called Dianetics, which became a bestseller, but instead of doing what most successful fiction authors do and write a bad sequel or spin it off into a direct-to-video movie, Hubbard decided to spin his book off into something much more profitable, a religion, which he named the Church of Scientology. Now, this year, 1957, was a big one for Ron because that's when the IRS recognized Scientology as a religion, thus granting the church tax-exempt status. But then,
So this was all the IRS fault, you guys. They got recognized as a religion because of the IRS?
1967, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. If by Fire Nation you mean the IRS, and by attacked you mean remove Scientology's tax-exempt status. The IRS claimed that the Church of Scientology wasn't a religious nonprofit, but was engaged in commercial activity to financially benefit Hubbard, most notably through real estate deals. So, desperate to regain their tax-exempt status, the church did the reasonable thing, stopped profiting off their property, stopped funneling money to Hubbard, and started a less exploitative, more charitable— I'm just kidding, they sent spies to infiltrate the US government. The plan was called Operation Snow White, and it was run by the totally not suspicious sounding Scientology Guardian's Office, which was created in 1966 to do the totally not suspicious sounding job of, quote, protecting the interests of Scientology. Operation Snow White specifically can trace its roots to Guardian Order 732, written by Ron Hubbard, which called for the, quote, removal and correction of erroneous Scientology files, which was code for files that say true but unflattering things about Scientology, like, for example, that they believe all of the world's non-Scientology religions are false memories planted in humans by Xenu, the alien god. You know, normal religion stuff. While there were thousands of agents, the two best known were these guys, Gerald Wolfe and Michael Meisner. In 1973, Wolfe and Meisner got jobs as clerk typists at the DC IRS office in the division that dealt with religious tax exemptions. They started
I feel like this is like how people be like, pyramids are built by aliens.
off by illegally copying
How the fuck do people actually take this seriously and believe it?
files from the office and funneling them to the church, but soon graduated to big boy crimes like forgery and breaking and entering, which they did by making fake high-level IRS ID cards, then sneaking into the Office of International Operations and the federal courthouse in DC to steal more documents. On both occasions, they were questioned by suspicious observers, once by a janitor, once by a librarian, and once even by the FBI, who the librarian had called, but by the grace of Xenu the alien god, they managed to talk their way out of it using a combination of fake ID badges, cover stories, and being white. Eventually, though, it turned out that turning your fake religion into a secretive, exploitative, mafia-like crime cult wasn't the type of smooth-sailing, no-drawbacks plan that you'd expect. Soon, the Guardian office got worried that Agent Meisner would go to the police, and so just like any normal church would, they locked him up in a secret facility in California and put him under 24/7 surveillance. But it turns out that spies tend to be good at escaping, and after 3 months, Meisner eluded his captors, called the FBI, turned himself in, and told them everything, which led to the biggest FBI raid in US history when 156 agents descended on Scientology's Los Angeles office, and in addition to finding e-meters and sci-fi books, they also found 48,000 incriminating documents, bugs, fake passes, lockpicks, secret codes, basically everything you'd find in James Bond's suitcase, except instead of being owned by a secret agent, they were owned by a pretend church that teaches people that humans are ancient aliens living inside of bodies that were evolved from clams. The materials recovered in the raid revealed a ton more insane details about Operation Snow White.
That's so
that an
crazy.
agent successfully bugged an IRS
What is
office
crazy is that even after finding all of this, they are still allowed to operate.
where they discussed the church's tax-exempt status, that they'd got agents into the US Coast Guard Intelligence Agency, the DEA, and the American Medical Association, and even that Operation Snow White had branches in over 30 countries, with codenames like Project Apple for France, Project Mirror for Portugal, and Project Witch for the UK, because what's an international criminal conspiracy without adorable matching nicknames? Later court documents suggested that across all of these projects, the Church of Scientology, a pretend church based on a sci-fi book, likely had as many as 5,000 secret agents infiltrating governments and organizations around the world, which is definitely bad, but is also admittedly an impressive use of science fiction. After all, Star Trek got turned into a so-so movie franchise, Dianetics got turned into one of the largest international government infiltrations in world history. The raid also showed that the Guardian office was additionally behind an enormous number of other bizarre conspiracies, including an attempt to trick the government into organizing a press conference held by a cat, and a plot to frame the mayor of Clearwater, Florida for murder.
That's the most random fucking conspiracy ever.
An enormous number of other bizarre conspiracies, including an attempt to trick the government into organizing a press conference held by a cat.
A press conference held by a cat. You know what? People will actually pay for that. We don't need the government to do it. Cat lovers, they'll do that themselves.
And a plot to frame the mayor of Clearwater, Florida for murder, but thanks to the raid, the plots were foiled, and all Scientology does these days is hold dozens of people in an illegal prison camp and make John Travolta do even weirder stuff than he did before. Speaking of things that may or may not be a tax scam, Tom Scott has a new game show. It's called Money, and I am on it. Over 5 rounds, Tom subjects me, Mia Mulder, Sophie Ward, Rowan Francis, and Mike Boyd to 5 games, and then at the end, something happens. Sounds great. And plenty of Nebula's bun on fiction a year for just and plenty of
Okay, that was it. That was it. But also, guys, I googled something while I was googling Operation Snow White, right? And guess what? Guess what? Guess what, guys? Guess what? Did you know how fucked up this is? Look at how fucked up this is. Leah Remini warns of a very scary Scientology influence around Trump. They're the ones fucking causing the war, y'all. It's just fuckers. These motherfuckers who are causing the fucking war. I'm sure of it. I'm fucking sure of it now. It makes so much sense. It makes so much fucking sense right now. My conspiracy theory alarms are like just off the fucking charts. My tinfoil hat is tinfoiling. So, actor and former Church of Scientology member Leah Remini sounded a public alarm on social media Tuesday, saying it's very scary to see what she described as Scientology adherence around President Donald Trump and within the broader federal government. And Remini, who left the Church of Scientology, has spent years publicly criticizing it, made the comment in response to conservative commentator Eric Erickson, who noted a lot of Scientologists hanging out in the president's orbit lately. In her reply on X, she wrote, "Yes, this is accurate, Eric, and very scary. Thank you for always being aware of the dangers of Scientology and your successful infiltration of the Trump administration and the federal government overall." On a more normal note, Vault ordered buttered chicken for dinner yesterday and it was bussin' with its garlic naan. But on a crazier note, guess what? Scientology might be the cause of the war. It was not just Trump. I'm telling you, maybe they're sending him to programs to like brainwash him or something. What do you mean? What do you mean they're in the fucking government? What the fuck, bro? The Scientology and the Aftermath host and decon version advocate rose to national attention after leaving the church, a controversial religious. Wait, let me put it on this screen. It feels better reading it here than turning my neck. I'm gonna break my neck soon. A controversial religious organization founded by L. Ron Hubbard that counts several Hollywood names amongst its members pre-Mediaite. Damn. That is so fucking crazy. Who are the who are the who are the people? Pam Bondi's ties to Scientology explained. Oh my god. The conspiracy theories coming through, y'all. Stop. That is so fucking crazy. Oh my god. Johnson said that Bondi first connected with Scientologists in 2010 when she and the other elected officials toured some of the church facilities in Clearwater. Oh my god. Is this? Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. You telling me like I was joking about this and it turned out terrifying? Why Why am I fucking finding these things? Top Scientology donor emerges as a major contributor to Donald Trump. Good lord. Her dead husband, Bob Duggan, said in 2016 he had given $360 million to the Church of Scientology. 360 million could fucking feed the whole world, but he gave it to the Church of Scientology. That is insane. Well, today I learned. There's also news about Johnny Somali finally getting sentenced to prison. Let's go. I was watching Atozi's coverage of this for the longest time.
Prosecutor appeals and the new trial takes longer than 6 months, what happens then? So if the prosecutor appeals, which all right, so we just got out of the sentencing for Johnny Somali, and he was arrested on the spot and taken out back. He was handcuffed, and now he's currently being processed right here in Seoul, South Korea. So we have a crazy video for you guys.
As of right now, this might be one of the slowest yet most preventable creator train wrecks that I've ever seen in my life. This dude has received so many chances to essentially change his life path and not be a complete burden to society, but still,
honestly
he continues to double down with his
and
behavior. This guy's essentially actively choosing to destroy his life for some attention online. Like, imagine having the arrogance to fly out to random countries and harass their citizens for profit. The dude went to court in Japan and ended up...
My favorite part about Johnny Somali is that he's like, I'm from the US, so I'm exempt from all other laws. As if the US has no laws.
In jail for 3 months before they finally let him go. And apparently they let him go because he was actively lying to the judge. And this person obviously is the IRL streamer by the name of Johnny Somali. And yet, after doing all of that, when he got out of the Japanese jail after being stuck there for 3 months, he didn't take it as a massive wake-up call to get his life together. No, he chose to double down by publicly bragging about how he lied to the judge.
I lied to the judge. The lawyer said lie to the judge and apologize.
That's fucking crazy, right?
Yeah, I don't give a Johnny.
Which part is it? He's saying it on stream where it can be recorded and everyone's fucking recording it. Like, what has he not learned from the first few times that he's still fucking doing this dumb shit?
All I told is, I said, hey, yo, I'll never make a YouTube video again. I'll never
Dude. And essentially, he thought he was completely invincible, so he decided to go to Israel, of all places, right after he got out from Japan. And there, he repeated the exact same formula. He harassed a bunch of strangers on the street, and then, of course, got detained, and then he got scared by the police, and he ended up fleeing the country. Why did he flee the country? Well, he thought...
peeps.
Oh my god, that's a lot of people. Hello, people. Hello, Minx. Why did you raid me? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Minx. Thank you, thank you. I was about to end stream after this, but I will I will keep continuing. A dark room? What's a dark room about? Other than a dark room. I was so worried about that. It's okay. I'll stay up. I'll stay up for another half an hour. Is a text-based RPG roguelite? Oh, that sounds fun. If it's anything like Road Warden, I think I might love it. Let me throw that into my wish list. Also, hello everybody. My name is Shimei, and I got my tinfoil hat on today, and we were looking at Scientology. And finding out really, really bad things about it. And now it's about a very dark room for real. And now we're covering news of Johnny Somali finally getting sentenced in Korea. What's chuckling going on? It's interesting. I love conspiracy theories. I think they're so insane. It's like fun to go down the rabbit hole. But also like just Just thinking about people who believe these things is hilarious.
He was going to be stuck there like he was in Japan. But again, he didn't take this as a wake-up call. No, he continued re-rolling. So next up, he went to South Korea. And in South Korea, he was way worse than what he was in the other countries. He continued to harass the citizens, and he did things way out of line here. He bought a fish, he started shoving it in people's faces. He had this weird crash out at 7-Eleven for no reason whatsoever. The woman was telling him to please leave, and instead, he decided to do this.
Right to you should never have kids. Right to your father was right.
Oh.
Like, what is this monkey ass behavior?
And when the South Korean citizens got upset with him, he doubled down like he always
Like, why
does.
is he
But this
taking
time
things
he went
and
way out of
throwing
line.
it like
So
that?
he found the comfort women statues, which are statues
Like barbaric, like caveman behavior.
to honor the fallen female victims of World War II in South Korea here. And he decided to oil them up and strip and dance on them, all for, I guess, attention on his stream and donations. So, I mean, at this point, he thought it was super funny. He thought he can get away with anything.
Also, Minx.
So just imagine.
Minx, still, if you want to raid and run, please. I don't know what time it is for you, but please rest.
The panic he had when South Korea essentially locked their borders for him and took away his passport. And then they tell him, no, you're not leaving the country until your entire trial is finished, you've served your time, and you've paid your fines. What's the sentence? Well, we're about to find out. And obviously, this has been a long saga because, you know, in the past 18 months, Johnny's been trapped in South Korea. He essentially arrived thinking that he could exploit a polite, high-trust society and entertain a fringe group of people who essentially want him to destroy his life. But instead, he triggered a nationwide manhunt. He got banned from every platform that pays him, went complete.
I can't forget how, like, actual Koreans were looking for him and beating him up, and he still did not stop.
Broke and then managed to catch 8 separate criminal charges. And currently the prosecution is demanding 3 years of prison work labor and 5 years on the S offender registry here in South Korea. So today we're taking a look at how the internet's most hated IRL streamer dug his own grave live on camera. But to understand how he got here, we kind of have to look at the playbook, because essentially his business model relied on traveling to strict, high-trust nations, places like Japan and eventually South Korea, and there he just acted like a complete parasite. His job is essentially being a burden to society. He tested the limits of Japan, he spent 3 months in jail there, ended up leaving the country, went to Israel, definitely tested the waters there, fled that country, and then eventually went to South Korea. And obviously, when he landed in South Korea, he got a bit reckless.
And the chaos really started when he found soju. He just became a drunken mess off of this. I am not here for the soju, though. See, what I got was the water. This is my shaker cup because I'm gonna make some gamer subs. Be a shout out Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video and making this trip actually possible. So if you want to go support the channel, you can go to tozy.gg/gamersubs. And you can get the best sugar-free beverage on the market. Right now, I'm currently drinking the melon flavor and only
The melon flavor is a girl with a girl with some melons on her. Help! Fucking can't. I freaking can't. Finding why how they found him via pizza of all things.
2 of these scoops.
Trust me, when like people on the internet want to find you, it's not hard.
Can fill this entire cup of ice right here.
And then I'll start. This is sponsored by NordVPN. No, it's not, but you guys should really use a VPN. Just to be safe. Like, it's insane how people can find you these days.
To the country like it was a GTA server for his own entertainment. And I guess he just thought it was all funny, edgy content, but rightfully so, the people of South Korea were appalled. So they then launched their own crowdsourced bounty program for him, and they called him the Golden Goblin, and they were essentially giving away 10 million won, or Korean won, which is roughly $6,000 to $7,000. Yes, I hate that's the exchange rate, but essentially he was labeled the Golden Goblin or Golden Goose because if you punched him, you got loot. And the crazy part of all this is so many of the people who actually found him ended up reaching out to me. And I even interviewed Jung Do, who was one of the guys who punched him in the face. But the first people who found him, they didn't want to be on camera, but they did tell me the story of how they found him, which I thought was pretty crazy. Because remember a few years ago, you had the whole situation with Andrew Tate getting arrested, and people were speculating that he got arrested because of a pizza box. Well, Johnny was found because of a pizza box. Because they saw the name of the pizza place and they decided to go to every single location of that franchise and ask them, hey, have you seen this man? Did he just buy a pizza from you guys? And they showed a picture of him. When they finally got confirmation that he had actually been to one of these locations, they realized, okay, we know what neighborhood he's staying in. So then one of them was watching his live stream while a bunch of the other guys were running around the neighborhoods screaming. And I guess they were just playing this 1 hour game of hotter and colder where one guy was listening to see if he could hear any of the guys yelling. And when he finally heard one of them yelling, they were like, okay, we can hear it now. Let's see if it gets louder. So, I mean, there was just an insane amount of dedication there. But while Johnny was being hunted...
I just want to say, Atozi's mic looks really suspicious. Why is it shaped like that, Atozi?
Let's see if it gets louder. So, I mean, there was just an insane amount of...
That's a fucking suspicious looking mic, y'all.
Dedication there. But while Johnny was being hunted for sport, I guess, punches were the least of his problems because while all of this was happening, the Korean government was slowly building a cage around him. So in late 2024, the Korean police finally swooped in, but they didn't just give him a ticket. No, they took his passport, they slapped him with an obstruction of business charge for the 7-Eleven stunt, and at the time, Johnny was coping. He was saying, oh, it's not so serious at all. Look, I still have my passport. And then he was showing an emergency travel passport, which I don't think was the main passport he used to travel into Korea. But even if he used that passport to get into Korea, it's not like he could just leave the country, which is why him and his Discord group were trying to plot and figure out how he could sneak out of South Korea. And that's where we've had that one moment where they were like, hey, you should just take the train out of Jeju, which does not make sense considering Jeju is an island. And I think another one of his plans was taking a raft and live streaming himself, taking a raft out of South Korea, which obviously wouldn't have ended well. Either he would have been picked up by Coast Guard or he would be at the mercy of the ocean. But regardless, either he would have to illegally enter North Korea or illegally enter China, which just doesn't sound like a good idea either. But honestly, this was just the start of his problems because essentially he's proven to the world that he's a parasite, but a parasite needs a host. And his host were the streaming platforms he was live streaming on. So what happens when the money printer turns off? Well, he was banned on basically every single platform that paid him. So now he's trapped in a very expensive country with high bills and no income. And the guy got so desperate in April of 2025 that he essentially stalked the streamer Ice Poseidon in real life and begged him to pull some strings to get his Kick account back.
Let's have a conversation. That's it.
There's nothing to talk. There's nothing to talk about. There's no peace to be made.
Listen, come on.
But I don't go around and harass the general public.
In what? Okay, listen. You might have me then. Okay, I'll give you that. But I honestly don't think I'm a bad person. I want to come back to Kick.com. I want to stream on Kick.
I honestly don't think I'm a bad person. After totally destroying public property and harassing people, I'm not a bad person.
Again, I want to move.
Like who dropped him on the head as a baby, man?
What is your goal here? You're trying to get him banned on Kick. It's not going to happen.
I mean, look at his eyes right there. That is the exact moment his reality shattered. Like, he isn't sorry for what he did to the Korean people. No, he's sorry that he can't monetize anymore. I mean, even his last friend in Korea, Hank, he had to start begging online for donations because of how much of a burden Johnny was to him. But of course, just when you thought that Johnny hit rock bottom, no, of course he grabbed a pickaxe and just kept digging. Because at the same time all of that happened, you have the entire courtroom circus, where essentially he just self-sabotaged his entire life. Because you would think, a guy who's facing a decade in foreign prison would, put on a suit, be quiet enough to realize how serious the situation is, and beg for some mercy. But no, not this guy. According to every legal professional I've talked to here in Korea, he did the wrong move. Because over the last year, Johnny faced 8 separate criminal charges, and he decided to plead guilty to 6 of them, but fight the two main ones. And those were the two big ones, which were 2 counts of distributing an 18+ deepfake of a popular South Korean streamer named Bongbong and of another streamer by the name of Youngman. Under Korean law, that carries a 7-year prison sentence. And this guy live streamed himself doing it. And again, every legal professional here in Korea said, show remorse and actually apologize, and most likely you would get a slap on the wrist and the judge would just deport you. But instead, it's safe to say he chose a very different legal route.
Fish and causing anxiety. Causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my... I'll bring a fish to your mother's house. I don't care. You, the judge, prosecutor, y'all can suck my...
Is there anything you want to say? Don't you want to apologize?
I love North. Hey, send this clip to the president of Korea. Send this clip. I'm talking to you, the president of Korea. You can suck my... I respect Kim Jong-un more than you, Lee Jae-myung, little...
If you're facing over a decade in prison in a foreign country, why would you ever curse out the judge, the judge's family, and the president of the country you're currently stuck in? Then, of course, he showed up hungover to his first trial almost an hour late, and then continued to openly lie in court. So I guess his genius legal strategy was to do all of that and claim he had bipolar disorder like it was some sort of like Monopoly get out of jail free card. And just a few days, he even had his mom write the judge a letter. And what's so crazy about all this is
what's crazy is that his mom still like regards him as her son. If that was a child that I raised, disowned. Don't know who that is.
Towards the end of the trial, he thought he was doing a great job. He thought he gained a massive win by settling one of the charges. So essentially, he thought that one of the deepfake charges were thrown out. And to be honest, all of us did. And I covered this in one of my videos in October of 2025, because him and Youngban, they went to court in a separate case to settle and decide not to press charges on each other. This was a massive favor by Hank for Johnny, because Hank, you know, he's the guy who was letting Johnny live with him for over a year pretty much. And Hank could actually help Johnny here because the deepfake itself was of Hank and Youngman being intimate with each other. And Johnny showed this clip on his stream laughing at it, and Youngman also showed the same clip on his stream reacting to it in shock. So both of them technically distributed it. And that's what that separate court hearing was about. Essentially, they made an agreement. Damn. If Youngman stopped pressing charges on Johnny, Hank would also do the same to him. So in their agreement, both of them dropped the charges. And Johnny heavily celebrated this. He went on a whole victory lap.
You go look at the comments in this video, it totally tried to frame it like I lost in the last court date when I got a charge dismissed. So where is the loss? Tell me, guys.
He even called me out for saying that I thought it was gonna happen. And I mean, I even said that the charges were dropped because I thought the charges were gonna be dropped. But the problem is, both the prosecutors have to agree to drop the charges. And clearly, they didn't. Because Youngman was recently sentenced and he was charged for that exact deepfake incident that they agreed on dropping. And now we know the prosecutor in Johnny's case didn't drop that deepfake charge either. So what Johnny thought was a massive win turned out to just be a massive waste of time. And I've flown out to South Korea now 4 times. Yeah, this is my 4th time here now. And the whole thing is such a massive train wreck. Johnny seems to, for some reason, care more about the angles other live streamers get of him than the reality of his own actions.
Seems to be no hype behind this trial. I mean, absolutely nobody's here. Johnny wants me to be a cellmate. I know, right? I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Just roll your window down when you're coming by if you want me to get a good shot.
And the dude is so arrogant that he thinks that Trump is going to save him, despite apparently the US Embassy told him that they want nothing to do with him.
If Trump's...
Is he okay? This man is not okay. I think he might have the case of the Lulu. It was
Trump
not the
Solulu,
guys.
Bro, come on. Donald gonna come save it. Bro, come on. He gonna put some tariffs on these Trump. I'm telling you, Donald J. Trump, please. I'm an American citizen. I am being held hostage.
And all of this brings us to right here, right now, April of 2026. The prosecution is officially recommending 3 years of hard prison labor and 5 years on the S-offender registry here in South Korea. And that is for the deepfake charges. If he does get the max sentences stacked on top of each other, he's currently facing 12.5 years in prison. And it's safe to say the dude hasn't given the judge a single reason to go easy on him. The judge makes their final ruling now on April 15th, which we're approaching very fast because it's April 14th as of recording this commentary bit right here.
All right, good morning. So we're now headed to the final trial day for Johnny Somali. It is sentencing day, and a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen because you have a pretty wide range of things. Most of the legal professionals that we've talked to here, they're thinking that he's going to get in the ballpark of what the prosecution was asking for, up by 25% or down by 25%. But we did hear from someone who I guess has been convicted several times here in South Korea, and he's thinking that most likely he'll get a slap on the wrist or some type of probation and would be allowed to leave Korea. So who knows?
And in the morning of the trial, Johnny decided to upload this poll where he was trying to get his community to vote on if they think he was actually going to prison or
Am I
not.
going to prison?
And obviously the
This
comments
poll
of
is
that were just
crazy.
people roasting him.
Here we are, outside of the courthouse. It'll be interesting. All right, walking into the trial. They have the news posted up, so they're gonna get some angles.
American live streamer Johnny Somali, who had caused an uproar in South Korea with his outrageous acts, such as kissing the Statue of Peace, was sentenced to 6 months in prison.
All right, so we just got out of court.
6 months?
He received a guilty verdict. It was guilty.
Yes, we got him, boys. We got him.
So that was interesting. This time, when he walked in, it was kind of like he saw a ghost. Like, he didn't give anyone eye contact, sat down, he's looked extremely stressed, and that was it, really. And then it went way faster than what I was expected because he was the first one called up. He was called up on the stand, and the judge asked him, is there any reason for why you should not go to prison? And he said because he had family at home, and he misses them, and that was his reasoning, and that he was a student at ASU, apparently. But at the end of the day, the judge gave him his prison sentence with labor, so he ended up getting 6 months of prison with labor.
Plus 20 days.
Plus 20 days. And did he say any fines or anything like that?
The 20 days is probably instead of the fines. So 20 days detention is different from prison with labor. So that's for the minor crimes, minor offenses act, instead of a fine.
Is there anything else I missed?
I think you nailed it. But the 6 months bottom line.
Yeah.
And the reason that it's reduced so much is because they did not perceive the damage from the deepfakes to be as serious as,
what was expected. Yeah.
But like 6 months is nothing.
They balanced it out.
But I hope he learned something in Korean prison.
Yeah.
And then he was given like a ban for like going to places with women and children for 5 years or something like that.
Correct. That's about offender status. So that's connected with the deepfake, right? So he's got to go register as a sex offender because it's a sexual crime. So he's got to stay away from places involving women and children, just like in the U.S. where you stay away from playgrounds and daycares and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And this will affect the type of labor that he'll be doing, just like the prosecutor wanted.
So what do you think the most likely labor he'll be doing?
Factory labor.
I don't know, but the important thing that that the judge pointed out is that they have been monitoring his YouTube, including what he's been doing in the past few weeks.
Right.
And that has had an effect on their decision.
And of course he lied and said he hadn't committed any crimes during the course of the trial, which we've documented, showed, even filed the child sexual harassment charges, which were during the pendency of the trial.
And then when they asked if there's any reason he should not be detained immediately, like he's going to serve the sentence, but the question is, do they take him away right now, or do they do it later? Issue an arrest warrant. Well, so those are the issues. His reasoning, he was allowed the opportunity to speak, to advocate for himself, and his reasoning was, I miss my family.
Yeah.
Which does not sound very convincing as far as an argument against him being a flight risk.
The judge did not care.
Yeah.
And from what I saw, his mother was not there. A lot of people were speculating online that his mom was going to show up, but I didn't see her there.
No Hank.
She was not there.
Hank was not there either.
And
so
at the very end, he was escorted out of the room, not through the front door that he came in, but through the side door, which is where he was going to go. He did have a full backpack, which means he knew that he was expecting the possibility. A packed, full backpack.
Yeah.
And he was wearing an Israel and USA pin, which no kippah though. No kippah.
Oh boy.
You know what? I feel like, Hank, who is with him, and now that Hank is so famous for this now, he's never ever gonna be able to get a decent job in Korea. He's gonna have to like go overseas or something.
Yeah. He was handcuffed in the back room, searched, and had all his stuff itemized, and they're gonna bring him out right here.
But also, regardless of what happens, you also have an appeal process here in Korea. So let's say if Johnny gets a slap on the wrist, the prosecutor has 7 days to appeal. And apparently they can appeal 2 to 3 times here. So let's say they give him a slap on the wrist. He can't leave for another 7 days. If the prosecutor decides to appeal this, he has to go through trial again. And apparently that can repeat a few times. Or if they throw the book at Johnny, Johnny also has the right to appeal as well. So it's been a few hours since we got out of the trial. So we went to a study room and we've been working on the video right now. But Gabe found some interesting information about the appeal process, because if you guys did watch my live stream right after the trial, my Wi-Fi dropped about 9.5 minutes in. So the last 3 or 4 minutes of the stream was never there. So that was very unfortunate, but now I'm going to update you guys about what we said before the internet dropped. So essentially, you found out more information on how the appeal process works.
Right.
So let's say if Johnny, he got a 6-month sentence, but if he appeals or if the prosecutor appeals and the new trial takes longer than 6 months, what happens then?
So if the prosecutor appeals, which the prosecutor can appeal if they're not satisfied with the sentencing, they will continue the trial. And if it goes beyond 6 months, he stays in prison as if he's in detention during trial.
Wow.
So say it goes on for 9 months, he stays in the prison for those extra 3 months. And then say at the end of that process, they tack on an extra 6 months, then they will subtract that from the time served, and he will do another 3 months in prison. So that's what it would look like. Now, if it goes on for a long time, which is very rare for an appeal to take that long, but there is a limit of additional time. So if, say it goes on for a year, after another 4 to 6 months, they will let him out and they will continue the appeal trial. But then if it goes another level, say to the Supreme Court, he goes right back in.
What do you think the over-under is that the prosecutor appeals this?
Well, I think it's very interesting that the Korean press has been referring to this trial as the end of the first trial. They're not calling it the end of the trial.
That's interesting.
It's very common in these articles for them to call it the first trial. So there's a perception and maybe an assumption that the prosecutor will be appealing a sentence that was actually less than a third of what the prosecutor had asked
20% of what the prosecutor asked for.
Exactly. I have here in the Korea Herald, the prosecutor's office was contacted for comment on a possible appeal, but they haven't responded as of press time.
Interesting.
And then, they state here, under the Criminal Procedure Act, a defendant can be held in custody for up to 6 months during the first trial. So if it takes 6 months, then they can hold him for another 6 months. If the case moves through appeals as far as Supreme Court, detention.
Yeah, I feel like they're just wasting taxpayers' money. You just throw him in the prison, make him do his time, and send him off. Or I feel like he's better than that guy who got arrested in the Philippines. The prisons in Philippines are next level.
May be extended by additional 4 to 6 months at each level, bringing the total possible period of custody to roughly 14 to 18 months. So it could even result in a lengthy trial where he gets more time than the prosecutor wanted.
And when it's appealed, it doesn't go in front of the same judge then, right?
That's right. It goes before a panel of 3 judges. So because this is sort of escalated, think of it as an escalation, they're going to need more minds, and they're going to need the 3 of those judges to come to a consensus. And usually they come to a unanimous consensus, but sometimes they have to really do a compromise. Like there may be one judge that really wants to let the guy go and quit, but the other 2 really want the maximum punishment, so they'll find some middle ground. But usually they're able to find a consensus.
So if an appeal goes through, that would then become very expensive for Johnny, because either he gets a public defender or he has to hire a new attorney, I'm assuming.
I think he would have no choice but to get a public defender. He would need a major almost support network, and he doesn't even have a network of one.
He doesn't have money. Where's he gonna get money to get any private defender?
At this point, of one person at this point.
Because Hank is no longer supporting him.
That's correct. You would need to have that support from outside, because it takes work.
Yeah.
Same is true with the public defender, right? With the public defender, at least the public defender will do their job, but they're gonna do the absolute minimum.
Right.
So
she's gonna do the bare minimum.
It would not be looking very good. I mean, I don't think it would be a strong case anyway. But
also, why the hell would they want to help you when you've done so much to
That would be the way to
Destroy
go. I
their
call
country.
it a free lottery ticket because anybody can appeal, and it's not like in the United States where they can reject it.
Right.
If he decides to appeal, it goes to trial.
Interesting.
Your chances of winning are the same as a lottery ticket, so it's a free lottery ticket.
Well, thank you so much, Gabe, for all of the help throughout the entire trial process. He goes as Culture Brad on YouTube. I'll be linking it down below. He's building this massive documentary on Johnny Somali, and he's released a few clips teasing that documentary on his channel, so definitely recommend checking that out. Yeah.
And look, I cover stupid things that happen on the internet for a living, and this has gone so far past just stupid that it's just straight up pathetic. Because for years, the dude thought that just being a burden to society was some sort of weird money glitch, because essentially he was just weaponizing the politeness of polite societies over here in Asia. And Johnny pushed the envelope as far as he could possibly go. But in reality, it seems like things are catching up to him. Because in the long run, you can't expect to just harass people for stream donations and expect to not get any consequences. Regardless though, thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. And thank you so much to GamerSubs for helping me and my team members actually go to South Korea multiple times to cover all this. So if you do want to support the channel, you can go to gamersubs.gg/atozy. And that gives you 10% off anything on the store because they have the best sugar-free beverages out there. And if you don't believe me, you can get a free one at gamersubs.gg/atozy. You scroll to the bottom of the website. Limited availability though, because often I promote this and 500 of you guys grab them real quick and suddenly they sell out for a day. So keep checking. But regardless, if you want to support the channel, you can still buy anything for 10% off with my code. And obviously, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
I also feel like the government went really easy on him as well. Like this person said, they really dropped the ball when they could have punished him thoroughly. I just sent a warning message to everyone. Don't fuck around and find out. Just like the Philippines did. The Philippines said, fuck around and find out, and we'll put you in our prison system where you will suffer really badly because they do not treat prisoners humanely over in Philippines. It is very, very bad. Like you're literally crammed into a cell full of 50 people. I think that would scare any freaking streamer. What was that Chinese influencer drama? I needed to show you guys this insane drama that I found. It's fucking insane what this like freaking woman did.
Imagine you're just casually walking through a mall, minding your own business, and
Vitaly, yes, Vitaly really, really, really got punished. It was no joke. I wonder if they have the images up here. The before and after of Vitaly in the prison, and it was crazy. I don't know where Atozy got his images, but I saw it. I was like really, really surprised. Like the change from the happy smiling idiot to this, it is really sad for him. Also, check out this insane Chinese influencer drama. When I saw it, I was like, I need to yap about this to somebody. And you guys are the somebody, so I'm sorry. You're the victim. Also, look at Chikawa and Hachibare and all his little happy friends. Otto is the best.
maybe you step into an LV store to, admire some overpriced bags that you probably won't even buy. And suddenly, a woman walks in, goes straight up to the saleswoman, and starts yelling at her for calling her husband daddy. And next thing you know, they almost get into a fight with the entire mall watching from the sidelines. So this crazy situation went down in Anhui province in China at this luxury mall where most of our, beloved rich socialites go to, called Yintai Center. And on the evening of October 23rd, a woman named Yu Han, we'll just call her Yu, entered a Louis Vuitton store. She goes straight up to the saleswoman behind the counter, no small talk, reaches in her bag and pulls out 2 passports.
Random niche internet drama. Yeah. This was, I guess I really love, like in China, there's so many of these crazy expose dramas, like almost every day. It's not just like every week, And I'm like, how do these people just keep doing that? It's kind of crazy. Also, those are not passports. Those are actually marriage certificates.
She shows the saleswoman the 2 photos, and the first thing she says is, "First of all, we are legally married, sis." Now you might be wondering, what does that have to do with anything with the sales lady there? Like, she's just working another, Tuesday afternoon. But it's clear in a sec. Yu pulls out WeChat conversations between her husband and the saleswoman. Before we begin, let me confirm, this is my husband you're playing with. And at this point, the saleswoman is just standing there completely shocked. Like, she just blue screened for a moment. She has no idea what's going on and like what she's hearing, supposedly. So, I mean, she tries to stay calm, right? But Yu then starts reading the messages between her and her husband out loud. And she goes ahead and says, "Why do you call him daddy?" Out loud.
Why'd you call him daddy?
And her coworker just standing there like, "Excuse me?"
That coworker was getting in on that tea.
The employees nearby literally turned their heads so fast, like they heard a gunshot. You then proceed to start exposing the saleswoman about how she was booking hotels with her husband, acting affectionate and flirting with him. And the saleswoman really tried to defend herself, like, "I didn't properly book the room though." So I didn't properly book the room. I didn't properly book the room, so that's an excuse? Oh, my bad. I only cheated halfway. Meanwhile, Yu is like, "Oh, really?" She starts pulling out more receipts showing the hotel room number, the repeated daddy messages, and these not so family friendly pictures that she was sending him. Now, how did you even find out? Like, how does she randomly think that this saleswoman right here in this LV store at this mall was the culprit of an affair? Well, the night before this, her husband came home drunk. And this man left his phone unlocked. So Yu goes through his phone and finds the entire WeChat history, screenshots everything, and pulls up to the LV store the next day like it's a courtroom. And taking a look at one of these chats, oh my god, this is absolutely gold. "Okay, my girlfriend made this, thank you." And then he's like, "What's wrong? Can't she cook? I think cooking is an art and I really enjoy it. Haha, I guess I'm just destined to be a busybody." Now you would think that in such a luxury, adequate mall.
Guys, I love cooking too, and I too am destined to be a busybody, but not a home wrecker. I like to watch my little tabloids and watch my little dramas. But to be a home wrecker? To a man that doesn't even have money? That's crazy.
In an LV store, people buying thousands of dollars worth of bags. I'm sure personal matters. Let's go outside and talk it out. The saleswoman tries to escape the situation.
No way, if I was at the LV store and every other auntie in there with the LV store, we want the tea right there and then. Do not leave.
But no, you literally chases after her, holds her down. It's clear that she's not going to let this end quietly. So she reaches out and directly grabs the saleswoman by the collar. Full 5-finger grip near the neck like she's about to put her in a chokehold. The staff immediately rush in to try to separate them, but I mean, she's got this woman in a full collar lock. She ain't getting away. At this point, it's just one wrong move from turning this into a public fight inside an LV store. She wanted everyone to see. I mean, it slowly started becoming a public execution, but for your reputation and your job. The other LV workers were surrounding the crowd like, guys, please calm down. Take this personal matter elsewhere. Sorry. So Yu then starts reading every little detail, every single text in the middle of the mall with an audience, like watching from every angle. Like people were recording. I mean, they're like
that's literally me. I would be up there taking in all the tea and taking my phone out to record the shit.
From every angle. Like people were recording. I mean, there was a kid in a stroller sitting there also enjoying this moment as well. And looking at the messages, things go downhill.
It's like, I just want to sleep, Mom.
You shouted, my husband said he was daddy. And you replied with, hello, daddy. I want to hug you.
爸爸现在只有你，那以后呢？我上哪儿结婚呀？我孤独终老了，我不会再结婚了。那你是我的什么？他讲的我是啊，他讲我是你爸爸。你说爸爸好，我想抱抱你。是跟他聊骚是我的不对，他也没有跟我说谎，跟他的。
She sounds so unrepentant. She's like, yeah, sure, I was the one at fault. I was the one to talk to him. Like, ma'am, you're talking to a married man.
你说我怎么样的？我以为他们因为之间就是没有任何情况在，知道吗？就没有任何感情了，你还问人家？你真的太能说谎了！我的妈，真的是。
And she hits her with the real question.
She says, "No, 我的妈." It's like, what the fuck?
Didn't you know that he had a wife? And the saleswoman said, I knew, but he said he wanted to divorce you. May this love never find any of us.
Yeah. Watch the bad juju off this, man.
And taking a look at one of these other messages, you don't even need to call me anymore, and you don't need to reply to messages, even if you're busy. You can just coax her. If you're so capable, why don't you stay home and video chat with her every day? You've been trying to make her happy lately, haven't you? Every time you're all over the house, the tap water across the street turns cold. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what I call poetry. And suddenly, another player enters the domain now, unwillingly. The saleswoman said, okay, say whatever you want. Yes, I talked to him. Yes, it's my fault. But go find him. He has a problem too. So, you did exactly that. She calls up the husband in the mall, in front of everyone, in front of the kids. Let's verify this real quick. The husband answers, and you ask him, did you ever tell this woman that we are getting a divorce? He said, no. And before anything else can settle down, the saleswoman snatches the phone and says, Jiang Jiawei, the husband, get over here right now and deal with your problem.
你是跟他讲我们已经离婚了，还是要离婚了？这样没有是吗？他撒谎对吗？是不是？这是你自己说的，是不是？
Him. It's the receipt. He's about to get a divorce right now.
他讲了，你勾引他是吗？贾家伟，你要过来你就过来，你不要来。
Brother really manifested his divorce. He said, I'm gonna divorce her. And she said, bet.
I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? That was way too comfortable. That did not sound like a we barely know each other kind of tone. Now, instead of throwing hands, which I kind of, hoped would happen, Yu does a calculated move. She turns to the crowd. Yes, the crowd, because at this point, it's a live audience. And then she proceeds to say, I will start divorcing him tomorrow. I will deal with that scumbag. But you are not going to have a good time. Yeah, that was a warning and a threat. Also, if anybody here wants the chat logs, I'll email them to you.
I'll email them to you.
And something even more amazing happens. The saleswoman switches up and says, I already deleted all of his contacts. This is all his fault. Oh, did you now? Yu pulls up her text that she sent that same morning. So
the same fucking morning, you guys. They were talking probably while he was with her in her house eating fucking breakfast, and he was texting his side chick.
Oh, she didn't even delete his contact at all. And the husband, don't get twisted.
Even the security guy is like, this ain't my fucking problem anymore. I will have no hand in this.
He ain't no innocent man either. He was a participant because the screenshots showed him saying things like, "No wonder you have such good sales." Now, one thing that really set people off was the saleswoman's attitude. She didn't act remorseful at all. Like, I mean, yeah, she said sorry like one time, but then she kept repeating, "I already said sorry. What more do you want?" I guess there's not much she could do here, but I mean, I definitely would not.
I'd want her to fucking kneel down. I fucking swear to God and her parents and to the heavens that she will never do this again. But people like this are not remorseful. In fact, they feel happy that they're able to get a married man. Because what is more empowering than snatching a woman's leftovers? Tammy, you have a crazy story? This reminds me of when a mate of mine went on a date with a married dude without knowing, who then said he was ready to leave his wife and kid for her. We had to stage fake pictures of her being with someone else to make him drop it. God damn. Men really do have the audacity.
I try to provoke you any further, especially when her sharp nails are just centimeters away from your neck. Also, they were eating this up. Is the service really this good? If no one calls me mom when I go to a luxury store next time, I won't buy anything. That's brand premium. If you wear Jack and Jones, no girl will call you dad. Just tell them to get lost. And once the video got posted to Douyin, Kuaishou, and Xiaohongshu, everything went to flames. Like, it's over because Chinese netizens, they dig deep harder into you than the FBI. And within 24 hours, they found the identity of the husband. At first, everybody thought 24 hours.
It's related to me. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Identity of the husband. At first, everybody, thought this guy was rich because, what is he doing at LV store buying all these bags for his wife, right? Yeah, turns out he wasn't rich. This man was actually working as an errand runner for a hostess club owner. He's basically doing tasks for other people with his boss's money to buy these LV bags. So now the whole situation flips because this guy used his boss's money, bought LV bags, acted rich, flirted with the saleswoman, and helped that saleswoman boost her commission while also buying things for his wife. This is a generational moment here. So you're not even cheating as a rich man. You're cheating on borrowed money. Some netizens supported you, saying that she handled this boldly. She didn't back down and she exposed everything about the saleswoman. Others were like, why air all of this into such a public scene? Like, why not just confront the husband first? Like, get that out of the way first. And I mean, both sides are valid, but let's be real. If she handled it privately, we wouldn't be getting this
enjoying the drama,
juicy
man.
Story here. So a couple days later, netizens started looking for the saleswoman's social media. And of course, they found it on her WeChat.
But you know what? I believe that all cheaters should be exposed like this so that everyone fucking knows that that is a walking red flag and we don't date them.
Account photos of her and another man, like relationship photos.
Oh.
And now everyone's like,
Oh.
wait, is she married as well? So now she's potentially a wife and a cheater. People dug even deeper and they found out that her husband was actually also a cheater. So let me get this straight. You experienced getting cheated on and then you decide to cheat with someone else. She essentially became the one thing she hated most.
What the fuck?
This, ladies and gentlemen, is character undevelopment. And Essence also found old posts of her talking about how being a mistress is horrible, cheating is bad, you have to be loyal in relationships.
What a fucking hypocrite.
So after everything blew up, Louis Vuitton themselves suspended her, and then a couple days later, she officially resigned. Which makes sense because, I mean, there's no way you're going back to selling bags like, hi, welcome to LV. What kind of bag does your husband like? And Essence found this dope...
She married to a cheater. No, she probably married and then he cheated on her. And then she was like, oh, mistresses are horrible. Side chicks horrible. Let me become one.
An account of this influencer who does live stream selling. They put 2 and 2 together and it clicked. The first thing that came up immediately was her doing these live stream e-commerce product showcases and I mean dropping like 8 sales videos in just 5 days. At this point, she was trying her best to like just rebrand herself, all while like at the same time ignoring that massive affair accusation that happened in the middle of a mall.
I think it's hard to save yourself because it's on the internet now. People know. People have dug deep And if you know anything about the generation Gen Z onwards, you're fucked. You're fucked. They're gonna share it to everybody.
I mean, people were skeptical at first. In one of the live streams, they were like, "Is that you? That's it. The power of the internet is too great."
It
Call
really
daddy.
is.
And moving over to
Call me
you, a couple days
daddy.
later after the incident, she starts a live stream to answer questions. The stream pulled in thousands of viewers where she explained her side of the story. And I mean, watching her.
Look at the laughing emojis people were sending.
The stream pulled in thousands of viewers where she explained her side of the story, and I mean, watching her cry and break down like this honestly breaks my heart. Yu says that she's moving on with the divorce, no hesitation at all, like no, let's try to fix this. Honestly, after everything we saw, yeah, there's nothing really there left to fix.
You can't fix it.
因为我去的时候，我就是想要解决事情，我只想听见他跟我说一声对不起，我错了，我不应该这样做。但是至始至终其实都没有。后来闹到外面了，所有的人都在了，开始说了，他说好，那我对你造成的伤害，我跟你说声对不起，可以了吗？如果是你们该怎么做？离婚了，已经办理离婚手续了，就是怎么发现的？就是他喝多了，然后手机一直在亮，这个人一直在给他发信息，我就打开了。我们在一起5年多了，结婚3年，我不准备原谅。
She's been together with this guy for 8 years. 8 years.
我可能会走得很慢，但是我会往前走。
Many netizens also assumed that Yu was an older woman, she was rich, and she was some like elite boss level CEO, mainly because of how confidently she like handled everything and exposed the saleswoman. But she says that she was born in 1993, she works in the beauty industry, and she's just a regular person. And after their identities were uncovered after the stream, the mall basically said, "This is a private personal issue, we're investigating." And LV said, "Yeah, this has nothing to do with us." Which is fair because, I mean, this mall became known for the public cheating crash out landmark after that video. Now, saleswomen flirting with rich married men trying to infiltrate their wealth class and ruin their marriages.
It's not something
This
new.
is actually pretty common in China. I mean, you actually hear stories and sometimes videos about this.
It's not just China, it's common everywhere in the world.
Everywhere, but it rarely gets this confrontational. Luxury sales involve personal connection, attention, and most importantly, loyalty. So there are many unrevealed cases out there where people overlook morals just to secure that bag. At the end of the day, I don't think this is worth it. Like, especially for the husband and the saleswoman, like, eventually you're gonna get caught one day or another. And when you do get caught, it might come with a little bonus. You know, an unwanted viral video that has your name on social media headlines. If there's one thing to take away from this whole scandal, it's the fact that relationships built on lies, flirting, and daddy messages are gonna end up in disaster. And if they don't worry. Chinese netizens will finish the job.
They really will. But this guy, what he does is he covers a lot of him and Jay Gao cover a lot of like these Chinese insane Chinese drama and trends. I swear to God. I think it's just like a guilty pleasure of mine to watch this. Literally, look, cheating school. Actually, she got really famous even here in Malaysia because of her strats of cheating.
Have you been manipulated
I'm
yet?
like, what the fuck?
Congratulations. You are welcome to my Chinese flirting and dating training camp. So
yes, it trains you to infiltrate high society to get men who actually like will be your sugar daddy or have you as a mistress or divorce your wives and marry you. And they're even training schools for women to get into like the celebrity world to like date celebrities and shit like that. It's very common in Asia and it's usually found in places like Taiwan, in China, Hong Kong, where all the big billionaires and millionaires are. Cheating school, there's an Asian one as well. There are a lot. I'm pretty sure it's all over the world.
Right now on Douyin, people are noticing these viral clips of essentially women teaching you how to flirt in ways to manipulate men and infiltrate the wealthy second generational hierarchy, while also promoting their so-called dating mentor training camps. Like, I know, you're just trying to not get left on red. Me too, okay? But then you get these videos of grown adults practicing seductive eye contact on you. And the promise they sell is pretty simple. Women can pay money to come here and learn how to upgrade their charm, master manipulation tactics, and essentially lock down a man. A 3-day,
Mind you, a lot of these schools are affiliated with places like plastic surgeons, like cosmetic clinics that do cosmetic surgery. In fact, they get like kind of like an affiliate link. So they send you over and earn a commission. So they will advise you to get plastic surgery, not only how to act, how to train, and like your sex life and whatsoever. They will give you like dieting tips, like what surgery you should do to like please a man. It's a bit crazy, and this is a whole industry, like no joke.
3-night training camp. These camps include multiple training modules, including psychology, healing. All I'm seeing here are massive green flags. But when you actually start looking into what goes on around in these camps, it starts to get a bit questionable. Now, where did this all start? First of all, the videos of these instructors constantly frame relationship problems in a very specific way. If your marriage is struggling and your partner is distant, then your marriage has no passion anymore. And the explanation they give is always pretty much the same. You don't have enough sexual charm, therefore you need to learn new skills. Emotional understanding, communication, nah. Your problems in your relationships, it's just a massive skill issue. And during the courses, the instructors present a pretty outdated worldview. Man, women, cooking, hunting. On top of that, they encourage students to buy expensive cosmetic procedures and surgeries. That's usually how the cycle starts to begin. And once these videos started spreading everywhere, the spotlight eventually landed on one person, the most famous instructor connected to these camps, a woman who built her entire brand on what she calls sexual intelligence.
Also, these places will connect you to people. They literally will find you the man you want, or like a rich man, and connect you to him.
Her name is Zhou Yuan, also known as the godmother of sexual intelligence. Yeah, that's the title that she gave herself. Zhou Yuan is currently in her late 40s, and surprisingly, she didn't even start in this entire relationship coaching world at all. She originally worked at a bank, but I guess one day she just decided that, you know what China needs? A National Academy for Flirting. She founded something called the Black and White Sexual Intelligence School. And one of Zhou's most famous teachings, her world-renowned X-shaped look back. This technique went viral on Douyin because people just couldn't stop laughing at how specific she explained this technique. Basically, if you face somebody directly, it can look intimidating or even scary, like how I'm doing right now. Am I scaring you? I hope I am. But if you angle your body slightly sideways and create an X shape with your posture and your gaze, just like this, you're suddenly cute and charming. Is it working? Am I doing it right?
But it's also because like she not only did like the X-shaped body, but she made herself look smaller, so she looks cuter. And then her voice went up, so of course she's more attractive. It's like no shit. But you can't act. The thing is, if you do this right, you're gonna have to act like this 24/7. You can't fucking relax. If it is not your inherent personality, you're gonna leak that anger or be like, be angry and be like, what? You know? And I'm gonna be like, what? What? You called me? What?
就感觉不一样，我的眼神给出去了，我的身体形成了一个 X 型。什么叫 X 型？我的眼神往这里，身体是往这里，在交叉型，而不是你干嘛？转过来干嘛？干嘛？这时候没有发现。是你知道吗？肢体动作多了就没有那种权威性，因为你会发现，只要动作越少，你越高级。我动作少，我的眼神出去，而且从这个角度去看是最美的角度，正的看会显凶，很呆板；侧看
Now, of course, body language does matter in social interaction, but the way she explains it is as if relationships are all based upon proper angles and positioning. Sorry, bro. She didn't.
It's all about the math, y'all. It's all about the math. Imagine loving your partner the way they actually are and communicate in your relationship. The thing is, these people aren't looking for like a normal relationship. They're looking to bag a man with money.
Like
They're
you
looking to
because,
be like a mistress, a sugar baby, a first wife, to a million or billionaire.
your eye contact triangle was just incorrect. Another thing Jo teaches is something she calls voice softening. According to her lessons, women should lower their intensity and speak more gently with men when flirting. But when asking for help, women should specifically raise their pitch a little bit at the end of every sentence while adding compliments. So instead of saying, "Yo, can you help me with this?" It's more like, "You're really good at this. Can you help me with this?" What? Basically layering the request.
Even he
with
felt
some
the cringe.
praise. Nothing revolutionary here, but she presents it like it's some high-level psychological strategy. And with all these videos combined, she built a multi-course, multi-tier empire. At the lowest level, she sells online courses, which are priced at 9.9 yuan, 99 yuan, and 999 yuan. See, if she was smart, she should have priced it at 998 yuan. One of her major online courses is called the Authoritative Training Camp. This course costs 999 yuan and is divided into 3 modules.
Imagine
Emotion,
being
charm,
caught
and
in
healing.
one of
The
those
emotional module
pictures.
focuses on psychological.
Imagine like being a husband or like being a man who's in love with like this so-called quote unquote woman that you found that's like super cute and stuff. And then you go online and you find the expose and you find her in one of these pictures. And you'd be like, ah, fuck. Fuck. I got scammed. Really, he said that she's telling them if they have relationship issues, it's about their sexual intelligence skill. I mean, yeah, because that's how she's gonna earn money. And their quote unquote relationship issues is a way to get you into the course. But a lot of the girls taking these courses, they're not looking for like some average Joe. They're looking to seduce a man who has
3
money.
modules: emotion, charm, and healing. The emotional module focuses on psychological relationships. The charm module focuses on female taste and specific attitudes, if you know what I mean, along with certain techniques. And the healing module is helping women rebuild confidence. Jo often explains
The
that
way
her
he
courses
zoomed
are
in on that.
systematically designed, and you can clearly see that right here.
It's just basically doing like ASMR, you know? Like VTubers pretending to be your girlfriend, ASMR is like, babe. It's basically all she's doing. Girl, if she whine at me like that, I'll be so irritated.
What is blessing my ears right now? Beyond the online courses, Jo also offers offline camps. We got courses like Fox-style seduction arts, emotional
Fox-style.
anchoring, geisha gaze
Chewy?
enchantment. This shit sounds like a whole skill tree. And for the most
It's
elite
a whole
clients,
skill tree for real.
I'm talking about you. You right there. Jo offers a top-tier Vixen course for about a small price of 100,000 yuan.
Holy shit.
Yeah, $15,000, but for
We'll
love.
pay her for that.
Remember, this is a short-term investment. Long-term, maybe you'll have 20 husbands. And that course
20
specifically
husbands.
focuses on conquering men. I promise, it ain't that deep. Just compliment them once and they are already thinking about marriage. But here's where things start getting really interesting because former students have started exposing these online curriculums. For example, somebody who attended the Yahoo Paradise 3-day, 3-night training camp posted screenshots describing the entire class. There would be students divided into smaller groups about 8 to 10 people, and instructors would sometimes target certain participants and pressure them into upgrading their enrollment by buying more courses. Many students were even criticized or even belittled during the classes in a way to push them into buying more coaching. And it gets even stranger because during some of these classes, instructors would demonstrate certain explicit actions in a way to conquer men with the right dirty methods. Yeah, actually demonstrating them. And immediately after these demonstrations, they would just start promoting their hygiene products to the students, priced at 598 yuan per box. So you pay thousands to attend, they tell you the secrets are in the next course, and then the next course costs even more money. This meant that financially, Zhou's operation was huge. Her paid courses generated over 24 million yuan, which is about $3.5 million. And her program had tens of thousands of students.
Oh my
God. Can you believe that? Her promotional videos essentially said that her mission was to help women develop confidence that radiates from the soul to the body. And Zhou claims that she holds certifications as a psychological counselor, but she never showed proof. I can now imagine waking up on Friday morning, looking at my inbox and seeing, congratulations, you have paid, accepted, and have been invited to our top tier deep voice flirting training program that begins on Friday. We'll see you there. So in this case, I used Proton Mail, also the sponsor of today's video. Now Proton is actually built very differently from like most email providers because your messages actually stay the same between you and the person you're sending it to. They essentially use this end-to-end encryption or zero access encryption, which pretty much means that nobody can see your emails. Like even Proton won't be able to see your emails. They also operate out of Switzerland, which has like really strict privacy. There's no inbox scan. I'm actually great about Proton for sponsoring this video and helping me pay the bills. Let's get back to the story. At first, the criticism mainly came from netizens online. They started mocking Zhou Yuan's content and calling it like mistress training, which makes sense because it's literally just teaching women how to use manipulative attraction. You take outdated ideas and you add some like psychological buzzwords to it, slap on a luxury training camp, and suddenly it becomes a premium self-improvement program.
刚刚在商场一眼就注意到你了，哎，你穿这个衣服走起路来好带派哦，太有气质了。还有在你微信的时候跟我讲过。
Girl, stop using those filters. Head looks like an alien egg. They really need to stop these filters, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is a very dangerous tactic because like, I'm folding. Also, what is going on with the background? So eventually the government stepped in, and in August of 2025, Chinese authorities issued new guidelines targeting content related to sexual health and relationships. This was clearly aimed at people like Zhou Yuan, who were mixing relationship coaching with sexual health claims and product promotions. And things escalated even further because back in January, her Douyin account got permanently banned. Her online store called Heibai Dianzhou was also permanently shut down. At the same time, authorities in Changsha Yuhua district launched a joint investigation into her business activities. They specifically said that they were examining whether her advertising strategies and methods were violating Chinese law. That should be the end of the story, right? Well, not exactly. Because people found out that offline classes were still happening. They were just disguised as things like psychological tutorials. So while Zhou Yuan was dealing with the bans and the investigations, there was another figure in the dating mentor world. Someone whose approach was arguably even more controversial. Her name is, and I'm serious, Choo Choo the Big Woman. Choo Choo? Choo Choo's branding was something else entirely different. Her message was basically, relationships are a business transaction. So yeah, she went straight to the meat of it. Now, Choo Choo didn't originally plan to become a relationship guru.
Damn.
Her original dream was actually to become a singer, and her parents invested huge amounts of money into her musical education, and eventually she was accepted into Wuhan University as a music major, which is actually very impressive, but unfortunately for her music career, her singing just never really stood out, so the entertainment path wasn't really working. Choo Choo then started posting videos on Bilibili. At first, she tried uploading singing content, and like before, her audience was not very pleased, nor really cared. So instead of singing, she decided to talk about relationships and social mobility. And almost overnight, her videos exploded in popularity. She completely just rebranded herself as the emotional guru or the emotional anchor. Her whole narrative was that she understood women in low economical backgrounds because she had once been in that position herself. And instead of giving romantic advice about love or compatibility, nah, her approach, men are channels, emotions are skills.
Yo, this reminds me of? It reminds me of Yuko.
Everything is for my use. And one of her most famous lines, the essence of relationships is the exchange of value. And without value, there is no affection. Damn. Choo Choo also categorized men into different types. For example, talent scouts, emperors, businessmen, and what she calls useless men. She encouraged her viewers to specifically match themselves with the right type depending on what they wanted. Basically, find a wealthy partner, improve your financial situation, climb the ladder. Now, obviously, this message was extremely controversial, and even with all the backlash, Choo Choo's operation somehow topped Zhou Yuan's. A single relationship lesson from her cost 3,500 yuan, and her—
At least she's blunt with it. I guess at least she really is blunt with it. She's like, it's transactional. But I think it's kind of sad, like, that you would have to go through this and think, like, that your whole relationship with a partner is transactional.
her annual income reportedly reached 140 million.
Holy shit,
so that's about
19
20
million a
million
year.
US dollars annually. All from giving relationship advice, which is honestly insane. And she constantly advises women
Maybe I'm
to
in the
rely
wrong
on
industry,
wealthy men.
guys.
But the ironic thing is that she herself became wealthy through entrepreneurship and doing a business. So she's literally the one proving you that you don't need a rich partner to be successful. And of course, authorities started paying attention to her content as well. So in late 2024, her Weibo account was suspended. But a couple of months later, she got fined 7.5 million yuan for tax evasion, which is not exactly a small fine. Despite that, she still didn't disappear. She just kept promoting her brand through like offline channels or private direct channels. There's always a way to avoid these platform bans by just doing business directly. The thing is, many investigations have shown that these training camps are directly connected to things like beauty clinics and cosmetic surgeries. Some camps even partner with beauty salons to offer surgeries like pelvic contraction procedure. And of course, the camp organizers earn commission when the students agree to these surgeries. So when you look at this entire industry, it's part of a huge network involving product sales, cosmetic surgery, and psychological marketing. Fun. Listen guys, real relationships aren't built on manipulation tactics or certain gazing angles. They're built on not leaving you on red. Not speaking from personal experience.
Look at it.
So if you ever catch me pitching dating advice online, just remember, I'm probably just trying to get rid of the competition. You like and subscribe?
Yeah. Literally rich hunting. Wow. We've seen all these things today. The more you know, guys. Now you're gonna be paranoid. Now you're gonna be paranoid and be like, is my relationship real? Was she trained to do this? Anyway, it is currently 1:30 a.m. for me, so I am going to sleep. Do we raid someone? Let me go see who's streaming right now. Ayo. Ayo, Pokemon pack. Pokemon pack opening. Let's freaking go. Let's watch. Let's watch the opening of Pokemon packs. It's gonna be... It's gonna give you the gacha high, you guys. On my new channel to binge watch, you're welcome. Alright guys, thank you so much for coming today. And putting on your tinfoil hats with me. And also watching a lot of drama with me. I hope you guys have a great day, and don't be too paranoid. You don't need to go to classes to go meet people and seduce people. Be just a decent human being. I mean, don't manipulate people to loving you, because I don't think your relationship will feel fulfilling like that. The crazy things people do. Hope you guys have a great night. I am going to knock out once this stream ends. Or maybe not, because I had a can of Monster. That was the wrong move. But yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm sorry I didn't play any games today, because like I sprained my wrist and it was hurting a lot today, so I didn't want to do anything with it. But yeah. Bye-bye. I will probably play Zen ZZZ tomorrow. Sendless zero. Have a good day, everyone. Bye bye.